Chapter 679. During dinner, Qin Yu was absent-minded. He kept looking at the empty space in front of him, thinking about how to restore some of his magic power. He didn't notice that the one sitting across from him was Ali. A young girl's natural instincts allowed her to quickly sense Qin Yu's gaze. She frowned. At first, Ali didn't care. She had seen many similar gazes since she was young. But soon, Ali discovered that Qin Yu was different from those people who had peeped at her before. He didn't try to hide it at all, and what was even more hateful was that he didn't move at all. It was unknown whether it was because of embarrassment, but the young girl's face flushed red. She coughed and glared at Qin Yu. Once she used this move, anyone who peeped at her would turn their eyes away in panic. But it was completely ineffective against Qin Yu. He didn't seem to notice it at all. His eyes continued to stare straight ahead. Ali was even more embarrassed in front of her grandfather and grandmother. She put down her bowl. "I'm full." She stood up and returned to her room. This bastard, pervert, villain, she didn't know why, but as she thought of those pitch-black eyes, Ali felt a bit flustered. Qin Yu finally regained his composure. He turned to look at Ali, who had slammed the door shut. He asked the old master, "Ali, what is it?" If this didn't involve his granddaughter, the old master would have given him a thumbs up. This boy's shameless style was very similar to the old master's when he was young. The granny's eyes swept up and down Qin Yu's body. She grinned, revealing several lonely teeth, and her eyes became even more benevolent. Qin Yu's heart tightened. He felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't say that his mind had wandered off just now. He hurriedly finished his meal and prepared the grass and water that the old master needed for the night. Then he bid farewell and returned to his room to rest. That night, the old couple was lying in bed. The granny patted the old master's shoulder and made a few hand gestures. The old man said with a smile, looking at the situation, "Qin Brat is indeed interested in our daughter. This brat's temperament is not bad, and he is also a conscientious person. If Ali can follow him, we will have one less worry." The granny gestured again. The old man said, "There's no hurry. You should ask Ali in private first. That girl has a grudge against Qin Brat. I'm afraid she won't agree for a while." He patted his wife, who had been with him for more than 100 years and had lived through most of his life. "Go to bed early. Wake up earlier tomorrow." The mother-in-law nodded with a smile. Of course. She didn't wake up early to cook, but to test her granddaughter while she was at home. This old thing said that he wasn't in a hurry, but his heart was very anxious. It was a quiet night. In the early morning, after drinking the wine from the gourd, Qin Yu's condition was much better than before. His mind, energy, and even his mood were much better. "Good morning, old master. You woke up a little early today." Usually, old master pushed open the door on time and sat down to wait for breakfast. The old man waved his hand. "Little Qin, sit down. There's still some time before dinner. Let's drink some tea." Qin Yu smiled and agreed. He took the initiative to fetch some water to make tea. He discovered that what was being steeped in the teapot was actually intact tea leaves. Although it was aged tea in the mountain village where supplies were scarce, this was already the highest standard of hospitality. Usually they would only take it out during festivals or when there were honored guests. The tea was golden and had a fragrant smell. Qin Yu drank a few mouthfuls and couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Of course, with his experience, this tea was barely edible, but he couldn't disappoint old master's good intentions. Seeing that Qin Yu liked it so much, the old man smiled in satisfaction. 2 years ago, Ali set up a trap and inadvertently caught a fragrant deer. It was only after exchanging it with a mountain goods merchant that he managed to obtain it. Looking at the surrounding villages, no one dares to say that their tea leaves are better than ours. After a pause, he sighed. Li is a good girl. Because of her parents, her marriage has been delayed. I have to help her find a husband for the next 2 years. I wonder which boy will be lucky enough to marry my Ali. Qin Yu still hadn't reacted. He smiled and said, "Old master, you don't have to worry. I think Ali is lucky. She will definitely find a good husband." Old master nodded with a smile. "I hope so." Granny began to serve breakfast. It was obviously more sumptuous than usual. There were even 2 green and refreshing side dishes, which greatly increased one's appetite. After being together for so long, Chin-yu could understand some simple sign language. He nodded to Granny. "Your breakfast is too delicious." Granny smiled and told him to eat more. Ali woke up a bit late today. The girl was expressionless and cold, but her eyes unconsciously swept over Chin-yu. Seeing him greet her with a smile as if nothing had happened, she couldn't help but grit her teeth. This thick-skinned bastard. He was the one who started it, but now he was pretending to be innocent. But looking at his smiling face, the girl was a bit flustered. She lowered her head and hurriedly ate a few mouthfuls of rice. She put down the bowl and quickly left. She was afraid that her grandpa and grandma would say something embarrassing at the dining table, so she almost ran away. The coldness at the dining table was nowhere to be found. After driving the flock of sheep out of the village, Ali finally reacted. No matter how she looked at it, it seemed as if she had a guilty conscience. Her face flushed red. The girl clenched her teeth. No matter what, her grandfather and grandmother had already misunderstood, so there was no need to be afraid of more. In any case, it was impossible for her to fall in love with that bastard. How annoying. She didn't know if her grandmother had gone senile or not. She had clearly rejected him, but she was all smiles, as if she didn't oppose him in her heart. After a moment, Chin-yu carried the pigs and herded the sheep. His back was even more distressed than Ali's, and he no longer had the calm composure he had yesterday. As soon as the old master's words reached him, he immediately understood. As he looked at the granny's smiling expression, his heart felt numb. What the hell was going on here? After sleeping with him for a night, he was now being treated as the Zhou family's son-in-law? Chin-yu found this hard to accept. Zhu Dagong hummed happily as he ran in front. To be able to see Chin-yu suffer a setback, this fellow was extremely happy. What an incomparably beautiful day. Even though he had been kicked by Chin-yu, this fellow's good mood wasn't affected at all. Chin-yu herded the sheep. He looked up at the skies and finally made a decision. He still needed to hide in the mountain village for a period of time. Then he could only think of a way to send Ali away first. Wasn't her dream to become an immortal cultivator? Once the young lady walked out of the mountains, her status would become noble, and the old couple would not look at him anymore, right? That's right, this was indeed a good method. Not only could he return the favor, but he could also solve his own predicament. This was the best of both worlds. After driving away Big Pig, Chin-yu continued to search for spiritual objects. Chin-yu looked around the pasture for a long time. Finally, he found a common-looking straw mushroom near a stream. Chin-yu had eaten this before. It was one of the medicinal herbs that Ali had picked. But only after they matured would they display their medicinal effects. Currently, this sort of semi-finished product couldn't be sold for a high price. But to Chin-yu, who had the little blue lamp in his hand, this wasn't a problem at all. On the 3rd day of grazing, Big Pig's luck greatly improved. He actually found 3 spirit herbs. After Chin-yu carefully appraised them, he couldn't help but reveal an excited expression. These 3 spirit herbs actually had similar functions to an extremely rare heavenly material in the land of divinity and demons. They could open a cultivator's limits and stimulate their formidable potential. Although this sort of medicinal herb that forcefully stimulated one's strength would have some side effects, Chin-yu didn't care about that right now. If he could stimulate his potential, then perhaps he could instantly restore his cultivation. Even if it was just a tiny bit, it would still be enough to open the Imperial Spirit Bag and release the purple-back blue-wing ants. After praising Big Pig several times, Chin-yu's gloomy mood was swept away. With great difficulty, he waited until the sun set in the west and then hurried the sheep back to the village. As this impatient expression fell into the eyes of the old man and Granny, it seemed to have a different meaning. The two old men happily smiled. Chin, you didn't have any thoughts of explaining these things right now. He hurriedly ate his meal and said that he wasn't feeling too well. Then he turned around and returned to his room. Look, this Chin boy is shy. As the old man washed the dishes, he sat to the side and drank some tea. He lowered his voice, a smug look on his face. His granddaughter's character and appearance were excellent. At this time he was secretly happy. Of course, the premise was that the old man found Chin Yu pleasing to the eye. Otherwise, the crutch would have already been thrown at his head. As Li was inspecting the black-horned sheep in the pen, she suddenly stiffened. Then her ears flushed red. She turned her head and glared at the old man. This disrespectful old man finally couldn't stand the two old men's glares and hurriedly ran back to her room. I'm so angry. Chin Yu, you big scoundrel, you want me to marry you? Dream on. Chin Yu didn't know that he had been cursed by the young girl. He was impatiently waiting for the sky to turn dark. After observing them for the past few days, Chin Yu was able to determine that the old man's family were all ordinary people and didn't know any cultivation methods. But being a bit more cautious was always good. He couldn't expose the existence of the little blue lamp. Otherwise, with his current condition, any random young cultivator could easily kill him. The night gradually deepened and the mountain village returned to its tranquil state. Occasionally, one or two deep and distant beast roars would echo out from the mountains. On the bed, Chin Yu, who had been resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them. He carefully took out the 3-life symbiosis spirit grasses from his chest pocket. The so-called life symbiosis grass referred to the 3 spirit herbs that depended on each other. Only then could they smoothly grow, and not a single one could be missing. It was because of this that they were particularly precious. For Zhu Dagong to be able to find them, it was absolutely a massive stroke of luck. Chin Yu had restored a bit of his cultivation. The key to opening the Imperial Spirit bag lay in these 3-life symbiosis grass, so he was naturally cautious. He opened his fingers, and a deep blue light gushed out, like a calm stream of water. The 3-life symbiosis grass were submerged within. Chin Yu's eyes were dignified as he looked at the spirit herbs that gradually became more dazzling under the deep blue light. After a long time, he slapped his forehead and took out the half-finished medicinal herbs he had picked from the riverside, placing them into the corner of the blue light. He didn't sleep for the entire night. When the sky brightened, he heard the sound of the granny pushing open the door. Chin Yu turned his hand, and the deep blue light scattered. Looking at the 3 vibrant green spirit herbs that seemed as if they were carved from peerless jade, Chin Yu smiled. They were truly worthy of being called life symbiosis grass, and their potential was astonishing. Even after being illuminated by the little blue lamp for an entire night, they still hadn't reached their limit. He carefully put them away, keeping them close to his chest. Then, Chin Yu stood up and stretched his body. There was the sound of cracking bones. Although he hadn't slept all night, as he smelled the scent of the 3 spirit herbs, Chin Yu didn't feel tired at all. Rather, he was in high spirits. For the next 2 days, Chin Yu quietly grazed the animals. He didn't send Zhu Dagong out to look for other spiritual objects, but instead had him guard the pasture. The value of these 3-life symbiosis grass was self-evident, but ever since Zhu Dagong brought them back, the mountain had been completely quiet. This was abnormal. Of course, there was a faint possibility that the 3-life symbiosis grass hadn't been discovered by the monster beasts in the mountain. But Chin Yu didn't rely on luck. As he stood in the pasture and looked at the distant mountain forest, he always felt as if there was a cold and gloomy eye watching him. Glancing at Zhu Dagong, who was curled up into a ball, Chin Yu took a deep breath and said, "Let's end this early and go home." After catching up to the flock of sheep, Zhu Dagong had never worked as hard as he did today, running back and forth to herd the sheep. It wasn't until he reached a fork in the road not too far away from the village entrance, that the cold and gloomy feeling behind him truly disappeared. Qin turned his head and looked back. He didn't know what he had provoked, but there was one thing he was sure of. If Zhu Dagong entered the mountain to look for more spiritual objects, there was an 80 to 90% chance he wouldn't be able to return. As he entered the village, he ran into several mountain village youths. As they saw Zhu Dagong running around like a tiger, they shivered and turned to run up the wall. But they soon discovered that Uncle Zhu wasn't in the mood to stab their butts. He quickly drove the sheep away, his face filled with embarrassment as he faced Qin. Luckily, Qin was thinking about something else at this time and didn't notice their expressions. He nodded to them and left in front of everyone's eyes. That boy, was he laughing at us just now? I don't think so. I thought his attitude was quite gentle. Cough, cough. The main point was that we were just practicing our climbing skills. There was no laughing matter for him to laugh at. Yes, that's what it was. The youths looked at each other and nodded. After finding a way out of this embarrassing situation, they finally felt much better. People sometimes needed to have a spirit of self-entertainment. Otherwise, living would be too tiring. Because he already had a solution to his current predicament, Qin was much more relaxed when he faced the old couple. On the other hand, Ali became more and more strange. Although she kept glaring at Qin, she didn't say any words of refusal. I'm full. Old master, you can drink some tea by yourself. I'll go back to my room and rest first. Closing the door, Qin stretched for a bit. As the sky darkened, he put on his clothes and went to bed. This was already the 4th night. He had a premonition that he would be able to reach the limit of 3 life companionship herbs today. Whether or not he could break through the shackles of the annihilation strength of space would all depend on this. Deep in the night, a deep blue light slowly bloomed. Qin stared at the 3 life companionship herbs. Of these 3 herbs, one was blue, and one was red. At this time, blue, and red lights constantly revolved between them, forming a mystical samsara. This was a phenomenon that had only appeared tonight. Moreover, with every revolution, the light that the 3 herbs emitted would become a bit stronger. If it weren't for Qin being prepared ahead of time and sealing all the doors and windows, it would have been like a massive bonfire in the middle of the night. Time slowly passed. The moon hung high in the sky. At the darkest moment of the night, the 3 herbs that were bathed in the blue light began to tremble, emitting a humming sound in the air. The flowing lights of the 3 colors instantly fused together, forming a new mix of colors. Underneath this mix of colors, the 3 herbs actually began to fuse together. That's right, the roots and stems wove together and the edges of the leaves grew together. In the end, they looked similar to the tricolored flowers, but the aura they emitted was countless times stronger. This was already the limit of their strengthening and enhancement. Qin grabbed the fused spirit herb. Without hesitation, he opened his mouth and swallowed it down. The spirit herb melted as soon as it entered his mouth, turning into a blazing flood that erupted within his body like a broken dam. In the mountains, on a lonely peak, all of the vegetation had been erased, leaving behind nothing but a barren expanse. Bright moonlight sprinkled down, but it was still dark. It was as if the surface of this lonely peak could absorb the moonlight. The moment the 3 spirit herbs finished fusing together, 2 blood-red spots appeared in the darkness. They were incomparably deep, like an endless sea of blood, filled with an icy coldness and ruthlessness. The surface of the lonely peak suddenly began to flow. It was only now that one could clearly see that there was an incomparably terrifying snake coiled around it. The snake's scales were as black as ink. As the moonlight fell upon them, it was directly absorbed. Its thick body was so thick that it would take several people to wrap their arms around it. There were 2 bulges on its head, as if it were on the verge of transforming. This was a blood-eyed, black-scaled snake. It was born with the ability to call the wind and summon the rain. After cultivating it to the peak, It could stimulate the thin true dragon bloodline within its body and transform into a blood-eyed, black gold flood dragon. Not only would its strength rise, but its lifespan would also increase. The blood-eyed, black-scaled snake in front of it was a great monster that had cultivated to the peak. It had already touched upon the threshold of transforming into a flood dragon. On that day, it had entered deep into the mountains to hunt down a golden-crowned cloud crane and used its Niden to help it break through. This had delayed it for some time, and when it returned, it discovered that the 3 immortal grass that it valued as much as its life had been taken away. The blood-eyed, black-scaled snake was enraged. But when it hunted down the golden-crowned cloud crane, it was injured. Although it wasn't serious, it was unable to completely conceal its aura. It could only stay in the mountains for one night, swearing that the next day it would tear apart the person who stole the spirit herb. But that night, the blood-eyed, black-scaled snake discovered something that left it incomparably shocked. The 3 immortal grass that had been taken away was actually rising. To be more accurate, it was rising at an incomparably crazy rate. It simply couldn't imagine just what was happening. It wasn't until the skies began to brighten that this crazy increase in strength ended. The blood-eyed, black-scaled snake was horrified to discover that the 3 immortal grass wasn't far from maturity. It had to be known that at a normal speed, even if it galvanized it with all its strength, it would need at least 30 years to mature. A single night was equal to 10 years. Just what sort of concept was this? The blood-eyed, black-scaled snake changed its mind. It hid in the mountains, carefully observing the human that had taken away the 3 immortal grass. This person had no aura at all. Besides having slightly stronger blood energy fluctuations, he was no different from an ordinary person. The only strange thing was that the wild boar beside him had a small amount of strength, but it was still far from being able to compare with the blood-eyed, black-scaled snake. How had such a mortal managed to make the 3 immortal grass grow so crazily? The blood-eyed, black-scaled snake felt as if it had discovered a monstrous secret. If its guess was correct, then compared to this, the 3 immortal grass wasn't anything at all. On the second night, the 3 immortal grass continued to wildly grow. After protecting it for several hundred years, the blood-eyed, black-scaled snake had already left behind an indelible mark on the 3 immortal grass. It was certain that its senses weren't wrong. If so, then there was definitely a great secret hidden on this weak human's body. It wanted to obtain this secret. After observing for the 3rd day, the blood-eyed, black-scaled snake was able to determine that this human was just an ordinary human that couldn't pose a threat to it. Thus, it decided to continue waiting. This was because the blood-eyed, black-scaled snake understood Qin Yu's thoughts. He wanted to wait until the 3 immortal grass matured before eating it. Once he swallowed the 3 immortal grass, the blood-eyed, black-scaled snake would eat it as well. That would be the same as having another flesh and blood furnace, causing the medicinal efficacy to increase by 30%. At that time, not only would it be able to make a breakthrough and transform into a black gold flood dragon, but it would also be able to obtain the heaven-shaking secret hidden on this human's body. And now it was time for it to seize everything. Roar! The blood-eyed, black-scaled snake reared its head back and roared. Dark clouds surged up in the skies, covering the moon. Heavy rain began to pour down. A powerful aura caused countless monster beasts to fall to the ground, their bodies shivering. Chapter 680. The terrain of the mountains was complex, and the climate was ever-changing. It was common for wind and rain to suddenly arrive, but at this moment Qin Yu, who had swallowed the 3 immortal grass, felt a trace of oppression. It wasn't obvious, but it was like maggots in one's bones, seeping into the deepest parts of one's flesh and blood. It made one instinctively feel great fear. He wasn't sure what had happened, but it should have something to do with the sudden storm outside the window. Subconsciously, he thought of the cold qi that he had sensed coming from the mountain. It was like a bolt of lightning flashing through the fog in his mind. The storm tonight was caused by the guardian monster of the accompanying spirit herb. Qin Yu fiercely looked up. Because of the symbiotic spirit grass, a fluorescent light appeared in his eyes. His vision instantly pierced through the house and the wind and rain, and he saw the massive, blood-eyed, black-scaled serpent in the dark clouds. In the blink of an eye, Qin Yu understood his current situation. Once this monster snake descended, not only would he die, but he would also implicate the entire mountain village. Ah! As he roared out loud, the blood vessels in his neck bulged out. Disregarding the damage to his body, he detonated the complete strength of the twin-life spirit grass. Like a volcano erupting, a scorching hot torrent crazily attacked the cage formed by the annihilating power of space. Above Qin Yu's eyes, the tiny blood vessels instantly filled with blood, turning scarlet. Blood flowed out from his head. The cage formed by the power of space annihilation trembled. Without hesitation, Qin Yu galvanized the strength of the spirit grass and launched a second attack. His body shook violently, and a large amount of sweat mixed with blood soaked his robe. His face was pale, the first spurt of energy, the second exhausted, and the third weakened. After failing twice, Qin Yu knew that this was his last chance. If he couldn't break through the power of annihilating space, then today would be the day he died. I, Qin, have cut my way through thistles and thorns in my life. Even if I am a tiger that has fallen to the plains, I will not be killed by a tiny little demon snake. Break for me. Break. Break. After the third impact, Qin Yu spat out a mouthful of blood. At almost the same time, there was a light cracking sound within his body. Bang! A powerful aura erupted from Qin Yu's body like a great beast awakening. He flicked his sleeve, and an invisible shackle descended, enveloping the entire mountain village and blocking out the wind and rain. Amidst the dark clouds, the blood-eyed, black-scaled snake couldn't help but stick out its tongue as its body trembled in excitement. After tonight, not only would it be able to complete its transformation into a flood dragon, but it would also have a high chance of obtaining a heaven-shaking good fortune. Its cold eyes swept across the mountain village. In order to prevent tonight's matter from being leaked, all the creatures in this village must die. Even if it angered the cultivators on the planet, it would not hesitate to pay the price. It opened its mouth and roared, causing the wind and rain to intensify. The blood-eyed, black-scaled serpent swayed its body and dove toward the mountain village. It was like a meteor, and if all went according to plan, in a few breaths of time, this mountain village that had lived and flourished for hundreds of years would completely disappear. But at this moment, the blood-eyed, black-scaled serpent's expression changed. Its pupils shrank as it stared blankly at the raging storm being isolated by a powerful force. It was like an invisible umbrella had opened up, and it protected the entire mountain village within it, preventing it from being attacked by any external forces. Shwa! A figure walked out from the barrier with an indifferent expression. His pitch-black eyes were boundlessly deep, like a vast starry sky that could contain a myriad of stars. It was that human. No, this was impossible. He was clearly an ordinary person without the least bit of strength. So how could he possess such an aura? Like a mountain that supported the heavens, able to change the color of the world with a wave of his hand, able to reverse yin and yang. This was a terrifying existence that nearly rivaled the great Tao realm. Qin Yu shouted out. His voice wasn't loud, but when it entered the blood-eyed, black-scaled serpent's mouth, it was like millions of thunderbolts exploding at the same time. Out of my way! Pa! Pa! In an instant, countless scales shattered and blood flowed out. The blood-eyed, black-scaled serpent emitted a miserable howl of fear and horror as it turned to flee. In its panic, its massive body smashed into a mountain peak. With a loud bang, rocks flew out in all directions and it tumbled down, crashing into the protective strength that covered the mountain village. Qin Yu's complexion instantly paled. After being strengthened by the little blue lamp, the strength of the three-companion immortal grass was far more formidable than he had imagined. It allowed Qin Yu to break through the shackles of the annihilating power of space and restore a portion of his cultivation. But at this time, as he felt the strength rapidly fading from his body, Qin Yu understood that the effects of the spirit grass would soon disappear. He took out the imperial spirit bag and used the last of his magic power to open it. Hum! The purple-back blue-wing ants howled out, catching hold of Qin Yu's rapidly falling body. Luckily, these ant beasts were connected to Qin Yu's mind. Otherwise, if he fell from such a great height, with his current condition, even if he didn't die, he would have lost half his life. But there was a certain individual that didn't receive such treatment. With a dull thumping sound, a deep pit was smashed into the ground. But that person was still sleeping soundly, as if he hadn't discovered his current embarrassing situation. He controlled the ant swarm to place himself on the ground. As he looked at the sleeping chicken overlord in the pit, Qin Yu revealed a helpless expression. If this fellow could wake up, then he wouldn't have had such a difficult time. At such a critical moment, he couldn't be relied on. This really was in line with the chicken overlord's usual style of doing things. The strength that shielded the mountain village had already disappeared. Qin Yu couldn't expose himself. He looked up and said, "You can all enter the mountain to look for food. Wait for my summons." The ant swarm shot into the skies, disappearing without a trace. Currently, the purple-back blue-wing ants possessed a strength comparable to a Calamity immortal. Even in this world where cultivation levels were high, Calamity immortal cultivators weren't cabbages that could be found everywhere. Today, Qin Yu finally had a bit of a guarantee of safety. He took a deep breath and suppressed the aching pain in his body. Then he picked up the chicken overlord and walked towards the Zhou family's small courtyard. The next day, as the sky began to brighten, there was a loud cry of alarm and the entire mountain village was thrown into a frenzy. Countless villagers widened their eyes as they stared at the huge rocks that came pouring down like a torrent outside the village. When they looked up, they could clearly see that the huge mountain that had existed outside the village for thousands of years had actually been forcefully smashed into pieces. The rocks in front of them were the rocks that tumbled down after the mountain was smashed into pieces. Look at these falling rocks. They clearly came to a stop after crashing into something. This is the spiritual god of the mountain protecting us. Otherwise, we would have died in our dreams last night. The old people in the village had excited expressions. They prostrated themselves on the ground, constantly kowtowing towards the mountain. Soon, the ground was covered in a dense mass of kneeling people. By the time Qin Yu pushed open the door, the village had already finished worshipping the spiritual god of the mountain. Everyone was busily moving away the boulders that had been blocking the village. When the people of the surrounding villages heard the news, they all rushed over. Although they didn't want to believe that the mountain god would favor Depression Village so much, the truth was right in front of them. Many people began to think. They shouted that the nearby villages were one family and that something had happened to Depression Village and they had to help. However, this proposal was righteously rejected by all the villagers of Depression Village. These boulders were all blocked by the mountain god. Perhaps there was still the aura of the mountain god left within them. Humph, humph. How could they allow outsiders to touch such a good thing? Didn't everyone in the village go all out to move the boulders into their homes? Just look at the Li family's old master. He was an old man over 240 years old, and yet he was moving the boulders bare-chested. He was even more energetic than a young man. It was said that the old master wanted to use the boulders blocked by the mountain god to grind himself into a coffin. This was a wonderful idea. Even in death, he could receive the protection of the mountain god. The Zhou family's old master was excited. When Qin Yu walked out of the courtyard, he happened to see the old man, his mother-in-law, and Ali desperately pushing boulders into their homes. "Little brat Qin, what are you standing there for? Hurry up and help." The old man's voice was full of energy. His face was glowing with health, and he seemed to be several decades younger. Qin Yu hurriedly answered and ran over to help push the boulders. After walking 2 steps, he asked, "Old master, what do we need these boulders for?" The old master's eyes widened. "Little brat, go outside the village and take a look. Our depression village is under the protection of the mountain god. Last night, the mountains collapsed, but we didn't feel it at all. These boulders were blocked by the mountain god for us. They are stained with the mountain god's aura. Little brat Chin, hurry up and push this boulder. Let Ali watch over it. We need to hurry up and move the boulders. If we're late, there won't be any left." Chin Yu was stunned for a moment. He immediately reacted and figured out the ins and outs of the matter. This is definitely a F** king misunderstanding. "Old master, you're really thinking too much." But he definitely couldn't explain this. Looking at the old master's excited expression, he thought for a while and rationally gave up on the idea of persuading him. "Let's just move it. I'll just treat it as a warm-up exercise." A stone was sent home without even a sip of water. The old man told Li to guard it well, and the old man grabbed Chin Yu and rushed back. For the rest of the day, Chin Yu was moving boulders again and again. The small courtyard of the Zhou family had almost become a stone-breaking field. Of course, every household in the depression village was basically like this. In just a day, all the boulders outside the village had been cleaned up. There were even some old men and old women who went around looking for small stones with their walking sticks. According to what they said, they could make protective talismans. This made a group of villagers who had been waiting for a whole day, ready to drink some soup, almost burst into tears. Do you have to be so serious? You even want to move a boulder the size of a fingernail? You already have so many. Leave some for us. At night, the depression village held a grand bonfire banquet. The villagers who had been moving boulders for the whole day were all present. They were all in high spirits and didn't feel tired at all. It was as if their bodies were filled with endless energy. In the words of the old people in the village, this was the reason why they were stained with the mountain god's aura. Everyone agreed. Chin Yu sat in a corner, drinking the rice wine brewed by the villagers in the mountains. He bitterly smiled. Just what was going on here? But forget it. Since they thought it was useful, then he would give them peace of mind. Looking at the lively scene in front of him, his lips curled up in a smile. Perhaps sometimes ignorance was a kind of happiness. Elise sat among a group of girls, revealing the nature of a young girl. She happily chatted with her companions. Her eyes inadvertently swept over Chin Yu and paused for a moment. At this moment, everyone was reveling in joy. Chin Yu's faint smile was particularly eye-catching. Completely out of tune with everything around him, he was very quiet. Was he thinking of his family and friends? Ali discovered for the first time that this hateful man's smile was actually very beautiful and gave one a sense of peace. Look, Ali is actually peeking at a man. Shwa, her face flushed red. Ali coquettishly said, "How could I? Who told you to speak nonsense? See how I punish you." The group of girls played together. Their bell-like laughter spread far and wide in the night, attracting the eyes of everyone around them. The revelry continued until late at night. Groups of men staggered from drinking and were supported home by the women. The Zhou family's old man was drunk. Luckily, Chin Yu was sober. Otherwise, it would be troublesome for his mother-in-law and Ali to move him home. After settling down the old man, Chin Yu returned to his room and lay down on his bed. His deep eyes pierced through the window and looked at the mountain shrouded in darkness. A day had passed. That snake should have regained its composure by now, right? In the mountain, within the cave dwelling of the blood-eyed, black-scaled snake, it was soaking in a pitch-black spring. The broken scales on its body had actually regenerated. At this time, its blood-red eyes were open, flashing with a cold light. It was constantly thinking back to yesterday's events. The more it thought about them, the more it felt that something was wrong. If that human really had the kind of terrifying strength that it sensed and could kill it with a wave of his hand, why would he let it escape so easily? Let alone the fact that the other party was a kind and virtuous person that believed in Buddha. For someone to reach such a cultivation, who hadn't their hands stained with blood. As the blood-eyed, black-scaled snake thought about it for an entire day, a certain thought became increasingly clear in its mind. This human might really be a powerful cultivator, but he must have suffered heavy injuries. And the function of the 3 immortal companion grass was to stimulate one's potential to break through one's limits. Thus, after he swallowed it, he erupted with such a terrifying aura. But once the effects of the 3 immortal grass disappeared, that human strength would also fade and he would be even weaker than before. Damn it! Why didn't it think yesterday that it would be scared away by this human cultivator's empty city stratagem? This was just too hateful. As the blood-eyed, black-scaled snake thought about how it had missed out on swallowing up a human powerhouse last night and snatching away his great lucky chance, the regret in its heart began to flow like a river. But luckily, it still had a chance to wash away its shame and make up for its mistakes. For a powerful cultivator to hide in a mountain village after being severely wounded, there must be some hidden trouble that he couldn't speak of. The blood-eyed, black-scaled snake didn't care what the reason was. As long as it could determine that this cultivator had nowhere else to go, it was fine. But it still had to hurry. If this person were to escape, it would surely regret it for the rest of its life. Soon, with the help of the innate ink pond, the blood-eyed, black-scaled snake's recovery speed was astonishing. By tomorrow, its wounds would be completely healed. At that time, it would attack and thoroughly kill this human. Then, it would raze the entire mountain village to the ground to dispel the hatred in its heart. The night was cool. Thick clouds covered the skies, blocking out the bright moonlight. It was hard to see one's fingers in front of one's face. After a hard day of transporting stones and then a grand celebration, the villagers had all their energy squeezed out of them. At this time, the village was bathed in the light of night and was quiet. In this auspicious atmosphere, Qin Yu brought Zhu Dagong out of the Zhou family. He looked up at the vast and boundless mountain range in the darkness, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Tonight, he was going to do something that had nothing to do with auspiciousness at all. The blood-eyed, black-scaled snake swore that it would kill Qin Yu to wash away its shame. But it didn't know that Qin Yu had also decided to eradicate this scourge as soon as possible. He couldn't allow the large snake to regain its composure and come to the village to take revenge on him. At that time, not only would he be exposed, but the entire village would suffer a calamity. Since he wanted to kill it, he naturally had to take advantage of its weakness. Thus, Qin Yu didn't delay for a single day. He stepped into the mountains in the darkness. The mountains, shrouded in darkness, were completely different from the mountains during the day. The monsters and strange beasts hidden in the mountains had broken free from their shackles and were able to freely move about. Besides incomparably powerful cultivators, no one dared to enter the mountains at night. Thus, not long after Qin Yu and Zhu Dagong left the mountain village, they were locked onto by several pairs of eyes in the darkness. Cold energies wove together, and the smell of blood gradually thickened in the air. Finally, a starving 10-foot-long black-spotted leopard couldn't help but take the initiative to attack. Its strong hind legs pushed off the ground, and its body shot forwards like an arrow, biting towards Qin Yu's neck. Zhu Dagong glanced over, his posture as unmoving as a mountain. He thought to himself, "Even a piece of trash like you dares to attack Qin Yu? You are simply seeking death." Towards Qin Yu, who had restored his cultivation, Zhu Dagong was filled with confidence. With just a casual flick of his finger, he could sweep through this mountain range. But as the leopard approached, and Qin Yu didn't seem to have any intention of attacking, Zhu Dagong's eyes widened. He stared at him in a daze. "Damn, don't tell me you haven't restored your cultivation yet." "Although I, Lord Zhu, am wise and heroic, and I am incomparably strong, I really can't fight a group of leopards alone." Zhu Dagong's body shook, and he cried out twice. Then he rushed forwards. Although he wished that he could strangle Qin Yu to death, he couldn't watch on helplessly as he was dismembered on the spot. Otherwise, he would die with him. But the expected collision didn't occur. That aggressive leopard fell from the skies and fell to the ground, its aura completely gone. What was going on here? Zhu Dagong was stunned. Could it have been that his unparalleled beauty had killed it? Damn, I am so fierce. Hum, hum. A deep rumbling sound came from above. Space itself seemed to tremble. Zhu Dagong looked up and then screamed out loud. He turned and ran away. Behind him, the pitiful cries of monster beasts echoed out. Just as Zhu Dagong turned around, he saw the swarm of ants above him sweep through like a swarm of locusts. Wherever they went, the monster beasts didn't even have their bones left. Even the leopard on the ground was cleanly swallowed. With a wave of Qin Yu's hand, the swarm of ants held over, slowly flying around him. Zhu Dagong's complexion turned ashen. When did this terrifying swarm of ants appear? This brat Qin Yu, just how many cards did he have in his hands? With a turn of his hand, a broken scale appeared in his hand. This was left behind by the blood-eyed, black-scaled snake when it was severely wounded last night. Qin Yu said, "Find the snake and kill it as quickly as possible." Hum! There was the sound of flapping wings. The swarm of ants shot into the skies, soaring deep into the mountains. With the purple-back, blue-wing ants' ability, as long as they remembered the blood-eyed, black-scaled snake's aura, there would be nowhere for it to run. Qin Yu kicked Zhu Dagong and had him lie down. Then he sat down on his back and closed his eyes, waiting. A monster beast massacre had just occurred here, and the aura of the purple-back, blue-wing ants had yet to disperse. There wasn't a single monster beast that was stupid enough to come here. Soon, there was a loud rumbling from deep within the mountains. In the distance, one could hear the angry roars of the blood-eyed, black-scaled snake. But soon, these roars were filled with fear and gradually faded away. Zhu Dagong shivered. He knew that if there wasn't an accident, then this powerful snake from another world had already died without even a skeleton remaining. The swarm of ants returned in victory, nearly without any losses. Qin Yu used his thoughts to praise them. At the same time, he obtained the treasures that the swarm of ants had plundered from the snake cave. There was more than he had imagined, and there were also many good things. It took a long time to complete the appraisal. Qin Yu smiled. He took a few treasures and placed them on his body. The rest were temporarily safeguarded by the swarm of ants. Once he digested these treasures, his mortal body should be able to restore some of its strength. The next day, some people in the village said that when they were half asleep and half awake, they seemed to hear the mournful cries of a great snake. A single person might have been dreaming, but if everyone said so, then it was clearly true. Thus, the legend of the snake monster that wanted to attack Depression Village and was finally suppressed by the mountain god began to spread through this land, passing down from generation to generation. After eliminating the hidden dangers and harvesting a massive number of treasures, Qin Yu was in a good mood. As he left, he hesitated for a moment and then took away the herbs on the table. This herb was called ash threadgrass because it was accompanied by the 3 immortal grass. It had also been illuminated by the little blue lamp for 3 nights. Now its appearance had undergone a great change. On the pale gray stem and leaves, faint silver lines appeared. These lines were like meridians that extended all the way to the stem. It emitted a light fragrance that shook one's spirit. This ash threadgrass had already surpassed the category of top medicinal herbs. It had become a spiritual object that was beneficial to cultivators. Moreover, because it had absorbed a massive amount of the little blue lamp's light, it possessed an extremely potent effect. At the breakfast table, as Elise saw the ash threadgrass that Qin Yu took out, she was stunned. She cried out, "Where did you find this?" Qin Yu had a puzzled expression. "I found it on the edge of the pasture. When I was fetching water, I inadvertently discovered it. I thought it was similar to the herbs I drank before, so I casually picked it up. Is there something wrong with that?" Inadvertently discovered, casually picked. Lee simply didn't know what to say. In other places, there might be people who didn't know the value of this ash threadgrass, but in Depression Village, everyone knew of it. Over 100 years ago, there was a villager who had also picked up such a treasure. By relying on this ash thread grass, not only did his entire family leave the mountains, but his 2 sons were also accepted as disciples by an immortal. In the rumors, the immortals had once said that those who could find this ash thread grass had an immortal destiny. With this ash thread grass, one's wish of leaving the mountains and becoming a disciple of an immortal would soon be realized. Ali's face flushed red with excitement. Ali, you cannot accept such a precious thing, the old man said in a low voice. Ali's eyes darkened. She took a deep breath and said, Grandfather is right. Chinyu, since you found this ash thread grass, then it is yours. With it, you can change your destiny, and your future will be bright. The old man looked gratified and shouted at Chinyu, Quickly put it away! Don't you understand the principle of not showing off your wealth? In 2 days, I will accompany you to Kuin City. This kind of good thing can only be sold at a good price in a big place. Chinyu shook his head. I have eaten a lot of ash thread grass from Ali, so it is natural for me to compensate her with this one. Don't worry, old man, I already know its value. But I feel that living in the mountains is not bad, so I have no intention of leaving in a short period of time, unless you don't want me to continue living here for free. Ali suddenly looked up. Her face was full of disbelief. The old man looked serious. Little Chin, why don't you put it away first and think about it before you make a decision? Chinyu took Ali's hand and handed the ash thread grass to her. Ali, from now on it is yours. You can do whatever you want with it. After eating and drinking, it's time for me to go graze. Old man, when I come back, I hope to taste your treasured tea. The old man's lips trembled. He took a deep breath and said, Okay, I will prepare the tea and wait for you to come back. Chinyu smiled and drove the sheep away. Ali looked at his back and then looked at the ash thread grass in her hand. Her expression was complicated. The mother-in-law hugged her and began to cry, but her face was full of smiles. Her granddaughter's wish could finally be achieved. The old man said in a deep voice, Ali, no matter what kind of person you become in the future, you must remember that everything you have was given to you by little Chin. After a pause, he stood up. Ali, come to my room. There is one thing you must promise me before you can use this ash thread grass. After leaving the mountain village, Chinyu, who had solved another problem, was in a good mood. He waved the whip and said, Everything is developing in a good direction, and it will get better and better in the future. I will not die. I will not. Chapter 681. The next day, the young girl would leave the mountain village where she had lived for more than 10 years. She would carry longing, yearning, and a bit of apprehension to pursue her dream of cultivation. Her mother-in-law helped her pack her luggage and gestured with her hands, telling her to be careful and pay attention to protect herself when she went out. The old man pulled Chinyu to the courtyard to drink tea. It was indeed the best tea leaves he had collected. Little boy Chin, Ali owes you a lot for this matter. I made her promise that no matter what achievements Ali has in the future, as long as you make a request, she will be your wife. Chin, you waved his hand again and again. No need, no need. Old master, you are thinking too much. Humph! It's settled then. Otherwise, I won't let her use this gray thread grass. The old man had a serious look on his face as he warned. When a man and a woman fall in love for the first time, their hearts will beautify each other to the extreme, and they will be willing to give everything to each other. But this kind of emotion will gradually fade away. I am only giving you a chance to redeem yourself in the future. At least, the old man didn't finish his words, but Chinyu understood what he meant. At the very least, even if Ali refused, she would give him enough compensation. This was a truly kind old man. Chinyu's heart warmed, and he didn't refuse again. He smiled and nodded. Then I must thank you. Only then did the old man reveal a satisfied expression. A silent night passed. The next day, when Ali was about to leave, she came before Chinyu. After I leave, I'll have to trouble you to take care of this family. She bit her lip. Grandfather should have already told you that as long as you're willing, I'll agree to it no matter when." After she finished speaking, she hugged the old man and her mother-in-law. Then she hopped onto the ox cart that the village had sent out to purchase goods. The ox cart traveled further and further away under the bright morning sun. As he watched the ox cart leave, Chinyu smiled. He didn't place the young girl's words in his heart. What old man Zhou understood, Chinyu understood even more clearly. When a person made a promise, they always thought they could keep it. But they didn't know that as time passed, everything would change. Of course, from the very start, Chinyu didn't have any ulterior motives in trying to get close to this young girl. Thus, his heart was calm and tranquil. When Ali walked out of the mountain, the youths in the surrounding villages became dejected. But when they saw Chinyu, they felt a little comforted. The one who felt the most was this boy. All his efforts were in vain. He was far more miserable than us. Thinking this, they actually felt much more comfortable. Sure enough, there was an undeniable, deep-rooted evil in the human heart. Under the gazes of the mountain village youths, Chinyu once again entered the mountains to herd the black-horned sheep. He could faintly feel the strange emotions in their eyes, but his expression was calm. After Ali left, the heavy responsibility of herding the Zhou family fell onto Chinyu's shoulders. Perhaps it was because the old couple already regarded Chinyu as their grandson-in-law, as one of their own, so they naturally accepted this responsibility. In the old man's words, after the old couple left, everything in the family would be handed over to Chinyu. Perhaps this was also a subconscious act of compensation. Chinyu stood at the edge of the pasture. He looked up at the boundless mountain range, a faint smile on his lips. In the life, in the days he for years of for 4. With a thought, a small group of purple-back blue-wing ants flapped their wings and flew over. Chinyu's divine sense could clearly feel their submission and intimacy. "Look after the sheep. Don't get lost." After giving this order, the purple-back blue-wing ants scattered and landed around the grassland. With them looking after the sheep, there shouldn't be any problems. Chinyu kicked Big Pig and smiled. "Let's go. We're entering the mountain." Ancient trees propped up the heavens. Because of the rich heaven and earth spiritual strength, the canopies of the trees were especially massive. They wove together like a giant net. Occasionally, sunlight would shine down, making the surroundings seem a bit gloomy. The ground was covered in wet leaves and branches. Big Pig's body swelled several times as it carried Chinyu forwards. The surroundings were quiet. With the purple-back blue-wing ants cleaning up the surroundings, all the strange monsters and beasts in the mountain had already fled away. Big Pig's nose twitched. He clearly had a goal in mind. When he came to a stop, there was a steep cliff in front of him. The cliff was extremely high and was deep blue in color. The top of the cliff broke through the canopy and was exposed to the bright sunlight. This caused the crystalline beehive to appear even more dazzling. Zhu Dagong's small eyes revealed an intoxicated look. He said, "Although I don't know what kind of bees they are, the honey they brew is definitely good stuff." As he spoke, his lips curved up in a crystalline smile. Chinyu approved of Big Pig's judgment. He looked at the beehive that was several miles wide, a bit of anticipation in his eyes. "Let's draw back a bit." Hearing this, Big Pig turned and walked away. He didn't want to be sucked into the battle. After arriving at a safe zone, Chinyu clapped his hands. The surrounding silence was immediately broken by a buzzing sound. An overwhelming swarm of ants gathered from all directions. On the cliff, the beehive seemed to feel the threat from the outside. The busying bees flew in and out, and then from the beehive flew out in droves of pitch-black combat bees. Each one was the size of an adult's arm. Beneath the sunlight, their black wings shimmered with a metallic halo. Chinyu issued an order. "Pluck the beehive." The swarm of ants shot into the skies. In the blink of an eye, they arrived on the cliff. The combat bees guarding the beehive rushed up without hesitation. Compared to the palm-sized purple-back bluewing ants, these combat bees were much larger. But in truth, their combat strength was much weaker than that of the ant swarm. Their iron-like bodies were easily torn to shreds in front of the ant swarm. In just several moves, the combat bees had suffered heavy casualties. Suddenly, there was a sharp cry from within the beehive. A rich black and purple halo of light erupted from within, instantly sweeping through the battlefield. The combat bees that were covered by this black and purple halo of light suddenly rose up. The ant swarm was clearly suppressed, their speed and strength weakening to varying degrees. Queen Bee, Qin Yu frowned. He never thought that the beehive would have such strength, but thinking about it, this was normal. If it didn't have the ability to protect itself, the exposed beehive would have long since been carved up by various monsters and beasts. It would have been impossible for it to survive until today. But this alone wasn't enough to resist the attacks of the ant swarm. After the purple-back bluewing ants completed their first transformation, whether it was in strength or spiritual sense, they were far superior to ordinary monster beasts. Hum! Hum! The speed at which the ant swarm flapped their wings suddenly accelerated. And what was even more astonishing was that the frequency at which they flapped their wings rapidly synchronized. The markings on the surface of the purple-back bluewing ants gradually lit up, forming an impact that could be seen with the naked eye. It was like a great wave that swept out in all directions. The black and purple halo of light resisted for a moment before being shattered. Screams rang out from the beehive once more, filled with panic and pain. The combat bees immediately fell into chaos. At this time, a weak voice sounded out in Qin Yu's ears. Respected and formidable beast tamer, according to the ancient agreement between us, I am willing to surrender to you. I offer half of the beehive's savings as well as the secret of a treasure. I ask that you be merciful and allow me and my people to survive. Qin Yu didn't know what this so-called agreement was, but he was concerned about what treasure the queen bee was talking about. If the beehive couldn't obtain it with its strength, then this treasure must be protected by a formidable strength. This also meant that it was precious. Qin Yu's eyes flashed. He said in a low voice, "Tell me the information about the treasure. Let's see if it has enough value to exchange for your lives." The queen bee didn't have any leeway to refuse. "As you wish." A fluctuation of divine sense was transmitted over. After determining that there were no threats, Qin Yu reached out and accepted the information. Countless images flashed through his mind. Finally, he focused on a mountain valley shrouded in fog. The wind blew away the fog, revealing a special plant that grew against the walls of a mountain. It was 30 to 40 feet tall, and its entire body was crimson. There were several red fruits hanging from its branches. Looking down, his vision became a bit blurry. He could only faintly see that around this flame-like plant, there were all sorts of bones piled up. "Pah!" The image ended here. The queen bee's voice sounded out. "Formidable beast tamer, if my inheritance information isn't wrong, this is a legendary blood flame fruit tree. The fruits it condenses are supreme treasures that can strengthen the flesh and blood body. I once sent combat bees there, but in the end they all died in the fog. In that mountain valley, not only are there all sorts of powerful monster beasts, but there are also natural array formations. It can be said to be extremely dangerous, but the fruits of the blood flame fruit tree are enough to tempt one to take risks. If you are satisfied with this information, please accept my surrender." Qin Yu's thoughts raced. He said, 80%. I want 80% of the beehive's savings. The queen bee's voice suddenly shrank. "This doesn't conform to the ancient agreement. I have already shown enough sincerity. 90%. Qin Yu's expression was cold and callous. A cold light circulated in his eyes. "Remember your current situation. If you don't accept it, then begin fighting." The queen bee was silent for a long time. Then she dejectedly said, "The beehive will follow your will." They were meat on the chopping block. The result was as he expected. With Zhu Dagong personally searching through the beehive, it was impossible for the beehive to hide any wealth. Besides barrels of honey, there were also all sorts of rare treasures. Qin Yu even found a simple ring. It was pitch black all over and had an unremarkable appearance. After asking the queen bee about its function, Qin Yu revealed a strange expression, but he firmly wore the ring on his finger. The ring of Lyre. After dripping a drop of blood to recognize a master, it could release different levels of aura according to a cultivator's thoughts. To put it more bluntly, if a first-level cultivator imagined themselves to be a second-level cultivator, they could release the aura of a second-level cultivator. If they imagined themselves to be a third-level cultivator, they could do so. Of course, the Ring of Lyre required the cultivator's illusions to be complete and accurate. The closer they were to reality, the better the effects were. To Qin Yu, this wasn't difficult at all. Although he had temporarily lost his cultivation, his boundary still existed. In a critical moment, this powerless ring of deceit might be able to play an unexpected role. After searching through the beehive 3 times and making sure he didn't miss anything, Zhu Dagong hummed a cheerful tune. He used his tusks to tear open a spatial crack and placed his harvest inside. This allowed Qin Yu to discover that it had a special hidden identity. It was a space controller. According to Zhu Dagong, this was an ability that he had obtained after receiving a king's inheritance from the pig race. He had an independent storage space that he could freely open and close at any time. Space controller? Qin Yu whispered. He looked at Zhu Dagong. His pitch-black eyes filled with a deep tranquility. This caused Zhu Dagong to subconsciously clamp his legs together, an inexplicable restlessness growing in his heart. After taking out the hive, Qin Yu's harvests were amazing. In particular, when he appraised the honey, Qin Yu smiled. It actually had the dual effects of nourishing the body and soul. Although the effects were weak, the quantity was astonishing. After being strengthened by the little blue lamp, the color of the honey was like the highest quality liquid amber. With a single sip, he could feel a warm flow flowing through his limbs and bones, finally vanishing between his eyebrows. As he lay down in his room in the Zhou family's small courtyard, Qin Yu subconsciously recalled the scene that the queen bee had transmitted to him. It was a mountain valley covered in clouds and mist, as well as the blood-flame fruit trees within. The queen bee shouldn't have dared to lie. If so, then once he obtained the blood-flame fruit, he could borrow its formidable effects to restore a portion of his mortal body's strength. With Qin Yu's powerful ancient race body, he could definitely contend with a calamity immortal. Even if he only used a portion of his strength, it would still be more than enough to protect himself. He took a deep breath and suppressed his tumbling thoughts. There's no need to worry. I'm in a state of recovery every day. If I go and seize the blood-flame fruit after some time, my chances will be higher. Ever since the beehive had discovered the secret of the mountain valley, the blood-flame fruit hadn't been picked yet. This was more than enough to prove that it wouldn't be taken away for the time being. Qin Yu had enough time to prepare. The next day, when he returned from grazing, Qin Yu placed a bottle of honey that hadn't been strengthened by the little blue lamp on the table. My luck was good today, and I found a beehive. The honey inside is quite delicious. Granny, have a taste with the old man. The strengthened honey was too potent, and the 2 old men's blood vitality was weak. They might not be able to withstand it. Qin Yu was well aware of this truth. The granny smiled as she received it. She gestured a few times. The old man went out to work for others again. Qin Yu said with a helpless expression. Ever since Ali had left, the Zhou family's old man had worked even harder. In addition to his excellent craftsmanship, he soon became a famous master carpenter in the surrounding villages. Perhaps this was because he had accumulated some wealth in order to compensate Qin Yu. Tell the old man that he should rest when he's old. There's no need to work so hard. The granny gestured. She said that the old man had left the mountain and gone to Descendant City 300 miles away to work for a wealthy family. There, he would definitely be able to earn a great deal of money. As the granny spoke to hear, her face lit up with pride. 5 days passed. As Qin Yu returned to the village with the flock of sheep, he discovered that outside the Zhou family's courtyard, there were 3 layers of people standing around. All of them were talking, their eyes filled with anger and unwillingness. Seeing Qin Yu return, the crowd parted to reveal an ox cart at the entrance to the courtyard with old man Zhou lying on it. His face was covered with black energy, constantly wriggling beneath his flesh and blood. His breath was weak. It was clear he had reached the point where he was a lamp without oil. The granny lay on the side, crying her heart out. Qin Yu was soon able to understand what had happened amidst the chatter of the crowd. A moment ago, the Lu family steward who had invited old man Zhou to leave the mountain had brought several people with him and left the ox cart here. They said that the old man had not listened to warnings and had accidentally trespassed into the Lu family's forbidden area. He had been bitten by a poisonous creature and left after leaving behind some money. Looking at old man Zhou's appearance, Qin Yu's heart chilled. He cupped his hands across his chest and said, "I frightened all of you. My family's old man isn't feeling well, so I won't entertain you any longer." As everyone cried out in alarm, he bent down and picked up old man Zhou and strode into the courtyard. After placing the old man on the bed, Qin Yu said to the granny, "Don't worry, I have learned some methods to treat poisons, so I won't be infected. Granny, go and boil some hot water. I will need to use it later." The frightened granny seemed to have grasped onto the last straw. She held back her tears and hurriedly left. Qin Yu lifted a hand. He condensed the great Dao finger with poison and pointed it at the old man's body. Black energy gathered and drilled into his fingertip. The old man's complexion quickly improved. But Qin Yu's complexion didn't relax. This was because the true reason the old man had fainted wasn't because of the poisonous energy, but because of an cold strength that had entrenched itself in his body. Although the inspection wasn't thorough, if he wasn't wrong, then it should be the power of a curse. This curse wasn't strong, but the old man was old and frail. In addition to the Lu family's delay, it had already seeped into his bones. If he couldn't remove it soon, he could die at any time. Descendant City, Lu family. Qin Yu's expression was icy cold. But he knew that the most important thing right now was to save the old man. He kicked Pig Big Gang and took out a bottle of strengthened honey from a spatial crack. He fed some to the old man. Soon, a faint flush of blood appeared on the old man's pale face, and his breathing became stronger. But this was only the surface. Taking the strengthened honey with astonishing effects was a kind of harm to the old man. But in this state, Qin Yu had no other choice. He could only use this method to extend the old man's life. When the old man's breathing stabilized, Qin Yu inspected him again and let out a light breath. By borrowing the strength of the honey, the corrosion of the curse was temporarily eased. If there wasn't an accident, the old man would be able to last a few days. But this method could only be used once. Otherwise, the old man's body wouldn't be able to withstand it, and he would die. The granny pushed open the door after boiling the water. When she saw the old man with a much better complexion, she was pleasantly surprised. She almost thought that she was hallucinating. She pulled on Qin Yu and asked, "Ah, ah." Qin Yu hurriedly said, "Granny, don't worry. The old man isn't in any serious trouble. It's just that he will be unconscious for a few days because of the residual poison. I can completely cure the old man, but I lack a certain herb. I will need to go into the mountains to find it. You just need to watch over the old man and wait for me to return." Concealing the truth was the best choice. Qin Yu didn't delay any longer. After a bit of preparation, he left. At this time, the sun was setting in the west. A blood-red glow hung in the sky. As the villagers watched Qin Yu walk into the depths of the mountains without hesitation, they all revealed looks of shock. This surnamed Qin boy, did he want to live long enough? Didn't he know that no one dared to enter the mountains, shrouded in darkness? Several youths that had thought of teaching Chinyu a lesson all revealed looks of shame. Compared to this person who walked into the mountains without fear, they truly weren't worthy of a lead. By the time Chinyu stepped into the grazing area, the sky had already darkened. Pig Big Gang spoke out, "Master, you must think this through. That place is deep in the mountains, and there are absolutely countless dangers. Is it worth it for an ordinary person?" "It's worth it." Chapter 682. In the quiet training chamber, because of her uncle's gloomy expression, the air seemed to freeze. But the young girl's face was still filled with stubbornness. Facing his oppressive gaze, she didn't shrink back at all. Finally, a sigh echoed out from the chamber. "Mu Xian, you must promise me that you will ensure your own safety first. The pressure of the family's prosperity should not be borne by you." The young girl was pleasantly surprised. "Thank you, uncle. Don't worry. The strength of the treasure hunting team this time is very strong, and several of them are very famous young experts of the sect. It wasn't easy for me to get a spot. Uncle, you're too kind." Her sparkling eyes were filled with joy and excitement. Mu Tong took off the dark blue bracelet on his wrist. It was unknown what material it was made from, but its surface shined with starlight. "Wear this bracelet. You're not allowed to refuse." Mu Xian stuck out her tongue and obediently received it. She wore it on her wrist and immediately felt her mind clear and her body become much lighter. Mu Tong waved his hand. "Go, go. Remember to be careful and don't try to be brave." Moments later, beneath a pavilion outside the sect, the treasure hunting team gathered. Led by a cold-faced youth, they rode a flying boat-like magic tool and soared into the skies. After entering deep into the mountain range, they encountered several dangers. One of them was a giant silver eagle that circled around the ant colony for a long time. Finally, it seemed to retreat in fear. This caused Chinyu to correct his previous guesses. This was just an ordinary mountain range, and yet there were so many powerful monster beasts. The cultivation level of this world was likely higher than he had imagined. A shadow covered Chinyu's heart. If he wanted to obtain the blood flame fruit, it clearly wouldn't be simple. He took a deep breath and suppressed the restlessness in his heart. Then he compared the images he obtained from the beehive to the mountain valley. It should be nearby. After the ant colony circled around for a moment, a black mountain peak appeared in his line of sight. Chinyu's eyes brightened, and he ordered the ant colony to change directions. Soon, a mountain valley covered in thick fog appeared. Looking around, he determined that this was the mountain valley where the blood flame fruit trees grew. Chinyu carefully looked around. The terrain here wasn't too low, and the appearance of the fog was strange. He thought back to what the Queen Bee had said about a natural array formation here. After a moment of thought, he gave up on passing through the fog. With a thought, the ant colony quickly landed and placed Chinyu and Zhu Dagon on the ground. But at this time, Chinyu's complexion changed. A shallow mark appeared, as if it had been cut by a sharp weapon. It came from the fog of the mountain valley. Small groups of purple-backed bluewing ants flew out. They were like Chinyu's eyes. After submerging into the fog, they soon discovered the traces of battle. Chinyu's complexion darkened. Someone had entered the mountain valley a step ahead of him. However, these battle scars were new, and there were still energy fluctuations lingering in the air that had yet to completely dissipate. His eyes flashed and his eyebrows relaxed. Perhaps this wasn't a bad thing at all. He had the small swarm of purple-backed bluewing ants explore the way ahead. Then he kicked Zhu Dagon and lightly stepped into the mountain valley. Zhu Dagon's ability to predict danger was naturally put to use at this time. His entire body shivered as he followed behind Chinyu. As he looked at the increasingly horrifying battle marks on the ground, as well as the massive number of monster beast corpses that had been cut to pieces, the smell of blood assailed his nostrils. He could have lived a peaceful life, and yet he had to run to such a dangerous place. What a sin! If he had a choice, he would have turned tail and run. Because of his talent in Zhu Dagong's perception, this mountain valley was like the gaping maw of a monster. This place was far too terrifying, especially the depths of the mountain valley. There was absolutely something terrifying there. No, I have to find a way to make Qin Yu leave here. As a loyal king of the pig race, he had to be responsible for the master he believed in. As Zhu Dagong was preparing an excuse, Qin Yu seemed to know what was going to happen. His eyes fell on him and his voice was low and light, but it made Zhu Dagong feel as if he had fallen into an icy lake. There's no need to speak any nonsense. If we can't obtain the blood flame fruit this time, then you can stay here and be buried with old Master Zhou. Zhu Dagong shivered. He was sure that Qin Yu's eyes and tone weren't joking. This fellow really could do it. Zhu Dagong desperately shook his head and tossed his thoughts into the depths of hell. He gave Qin Yu a firm and fearless look and then twisted his fat butt and rushed forwards. Inwardly, tears streamed down his cheeks. Heavens! What sin did I commit in my past life? Why is a pig's life so difficult? Just as he took several steps, Zhu Dagong came to a sudden stop. His small round eyes stared at the fog in front of him. There was movement. Qin Yu stopped in the middle of the swarm of ants. Although he didn't move forwards, he could see the purple-back blue-wing ants leading the way, and he already knew what was happening. Over a dozen young cultivators were gathered together, desperately activating a withered, twig-like treasure. It emitted a bright green light that was shaped like an upside-down bowl, protecting everyone within. The surrounding fog violently tumbled, and strange figures of strange monsters and beasts appeared. They were all condensed from fog and crazily attacked the green light. They were like small boats floating on the sea in a storm, ready to capsize at any moment. Senior Apprentice Brother Qi, this array formation is naturally condensed by the world, and its strength is endless. If we can't break out of this encirclement, sooner or later our strength will be exhausted. At that time, the female cultivator didn't finish speaking, but her deathly pale complexion was enough to show her fear. The one called Senior Apprentice Brother Qi was a handsome young cultivator. Even in this current situation, his expression remained calm. I have a secret treasure that can temporarily tear through space and break out of this array formation. All of you help me block it. I need to make preparations. As if they had obtained some kind of information from these words, the restless crowd all revealed a trace of relief at the same time. Mu Xian looked at her senior apprentice, Brother Qi Xingtian, who was able to calm everyone with just a few words, and a look of admiration appeared in her eyes. He was truly worthy of being a top 20 master in the sect. When would she be able to possess Senior Apprentice Brother Qi's strength? As the young girl was lost in her thoughts and envy, she didn't notice that her two close Senior Apprentice sisters had quietly distanced themselves from her. Shua! Qi Xingtian's eyes flashed open. He lifted a hand and pointed out a finger. A brilliant golden light gushed out from his fingertip. As he did this, his complexion paled. Mu Xian froze. Her eyes widened with disbelief. The golden light drilled into her body, and she couldn't move at all. Junior Apprentice Sister Mu, I'm sorry. If we are lucky enough to return to the sect, we will ask the sect to reward you for your selfless sacrifice. Qi Xingtian's tone was faint. He lifted a hand and waved it in front of him. A faint black light flashed, and a crack appeared in space. Let's go. Whoosh, whoosh, everyone flew in. Even the two senior apprentice sisters that had called Mu Xian sisters yesterday didn't spare her a single glance. The spatial crack closed. Only Mu Xian was left in the deep green light. The supply of magic power to her rapidly decreased, and the light emitted by the withered branch rapidly dimmed. So I was only a chess piece that was chosen ahead of time, a chess piece that could be abandoned at any time. Uncle, I'm sorry I didn't listen to you. Mu Xian's eyes were filled with fear and regret. After the purple-back blue-wing ants completed a breakthrough, although their strength wasn't heaven-defying, they still possessed the aura of a rare monster ancestor. Through their eyes, Qin Yu could see things that the naked eye couldn't see. For instance, that formidable heaven and earth array formation. In truth, it would erupt with different killing strengths depending on the strength of the intruder. And more importantly, after the massive consumption of energy just now, the strength that the array formation had accumulated would soon be exhausted. With the support of the strength poured into her body, she should be able to safely cross it. What a lucky little girl! Qin Yu whispered to himself. He looked deeper into the mountain valley. But there are some people who aren't so lucky. He avoided the range of the natural array formation and continued deeper into the valley. Of course, the premise of all of this was that the array formation had already been triggered. Otherwise, even the purple-back blue-wing ants wouldn't have been able to sense the range of the array formation. A violent explosion pierced through the fog, accompanied by panic screams and strange roars. The purple-back blue-wing ants that were scouting the way only had time to glance around and see what was happening deep in the mountain valley before they were swept away by the blood-red tentacles, instantly losing all signs of life. Qin Yu's complexion changed. He hurriedly brought the ant swarm to retreat. Luckily, the blood-red tentacles didn't chase after them, instead continuing to attack the group of cultivators that had intruded into its territory. Although he felt a little more at ease, the scene just now was branded into his mind. The fog in the air had strangely vanished, and a crimson fruit tree was quietly growing on the edge of a cliff. 3 bright, red fruits hung from its branches. However, at this moment, the ground that was covered in bones was torn apart by a powerful force. Countless blood-colored tentacles wildly danced in the air, carrying with them a terrifying and sharp aura. One of the young cultivators was directly torn to shreds, causing his blood and organs to scatter in the air. Qin Yu wasn't sure what these blood-red tentacles were, but there was no doubt that they were terrifying and formidable. Even if the purple-back blue-wing ants were to come out in full force, they still wouldn't have any chance of victory against them. He suddenly rejoiced in his heart. Luckily, there was a group of ruthless and powerful cultivators in front of him that had attracted the firepower. Otherwise, the one facing the crazy attacks of the blood-red tentacles would have been him. Although it was a joyful matter to witness the death of an evil perpetrator, Qin Yu really couldn't bring himself to be happy at this time. Such a terrifying and formidable blood-red tentacle was nearly impossible to defeat. Even if all of these people died here, it wouldn't change the fact that he couldn't obtain the blood flame fruit. Without the blood flame fruit, Old Master Zhou would die without a doubt. Could he only watch helplessly on as this honorable and amiable elder, the benefactor that saved his life, died? According to common sense, after determining that he couldn't obtain the blood flame fruit in order to avoid being drawn into the danger, Qin Yu should have left while these cultivators were struggling on the verge of death. The further he went, the better. But after a long time, Qin Yu decided to stay. Perhaps it was stupid, but as long as he didn't leave, there might be a chance. Qin Yu was well aware that if he didn't do his best to save Old Master Zhou, he would regret it for the rest of his life. It might even form a knot in his heart that would affect his future cultivation. I'll gamble one more time. Chapter 683. In the deepest depths of the mountain valley shrouded in fog, the young masters that had abandoned their companions fell into chaos and fear. They struggled to withstand the crazy lashing of the blood-red tentacles. Several of the weaker ones had already been torn apart on the spot. They could only watch helplessly as their companions were turned into pieces of flesh and blood that fell to the ground, rapidly decaying and being absorbed. In the blink of an eye, all that was left over was white bones. The invisible psychological pressure created by this was enough to cause one to collapse. "Ah, I don't want to die, I don't want to die," a female cultivator cried out in tears. Her beautiful face was smeared with tears, no longer as lovely as before. Her magic power was about to be exhausted. With a loud cracking sound, the shimmering barrier of light around her was directly shattered. With a desperate scream, this graceful female cultivator was swept away by the blood-red tentacles. Unfortunately, it didn't possess the aesthetic standards of humans. Towards such a beautiful woman, it didn't have the slightest bit of pity. There was a scalp-numbing sound of flesh and bone breaking apart. The beautiful woman turned into white bones as her flesh and blood melted away and was cleanly absorbed. Senior Apprentice Brother Chi, let's hurry and leave this place, otherwise we will all die here. Chi Xingtian paled. Okay, I will immediately tear open space. The remaining cultivators were overjoyed. They gathered together, waiting for the space crack to appear so they could immediately escape inside. But even at this time, there were still many people that looked at the deepest depths of the mountain valley, at the blood-flame fruit tree. All sorts of thoughts were running through their minds. They had originally thought that coming to this mountain valley to search for treasures was just an ordinary adventure, but they never imagined that there would be such precious treasures hidden here. 3 blood-flame fruits. Even if it was just this bit of information, it would still be enough to sell for a great price. Qi Xingtian lowered his head, as if gathering the strength to tear open space. As he saw everyone's reactions, a cold light flashed in his eyes. Shwa, a black light appeared once more. But what it tore through wasn't space, but ring-shaped as it smashed into the backs of the gathered cultivators. Caught off guard, the protective light around their bodies collapsed. The cultivators that were sent, flying backwards, spat out great mouthfuls of blood. Senior Apprentice Brother Chi, ooh! Angry screams were mixed with fear and disbelief. Qi Xingtian was expressionless. I'm sorry, but the blood flame fruit tree can only be mine. So, junior apprentice brothers and sisters, I ask that you all die. The tentacle would not be surprised, nor would it care about the so-called elegance. There was no reason for it to let go of the food that was delivered to its doorstep. Screams of despair rang out one after another, followed by the sound of flesh being torn to pieces. Soon, the valley returned to silence. There were only the deathly white bones on the ground and Qi Xingtian, who was quietly standing there. The blood-colored tentacles intertwined in the air and actually formed a human shape. A pair of empty eye sockets stared at him. However, for some unknown reason, the blood-colored tentacles did not attack. It was as if they could sense some sort of threat from the cultivator in front of them. Lightly laughing, Qi Xingtian said calmly, "Shouldn't you be thanking me? Because of me, you can enjoy so much fresh blood that is filled with power." The blood-red figure opened its mouth, and sharp syllables erupted. It was like an iron all-piercing through one's marrow and soul, causing space to tremble. Qi Xingtian's face became even paler, but his eyes were incomparably bright, and his demeanor became even more relaxed. "Are you afraid? Of course, you should be afraid of me, who has a powerful bloodline. You will die today, but it is also your lucky day, because in this world, no one has truly witnessed the bloodline power that I possess. You can call it annihilation." A layer of black light appeared, covering Qi Xingtian. He seemed to fuse into it. Then, darkness suddenly erupted. Like a raging flood, it swept out in all directions. Its speed was 10 times faster than lightning, 100 times faster. There was simply no chance to dodge. The blood-red figure was submerged in the darkness. From within, its angry and tyrannical roars echoed out. Terrifying rumbling sounds continued to spread out, but the darkness seemed to possess the strength to annihilate all. After the sound spread out, it became incomparably weak. Even its aura was like a gentle breeze, unable to be detected by the outside world. Gradually, the movements in the darkness became smaller and smaller until they completely disappeared. After another moment, it retreated like a tide, condensing into Qi Xingtian's voice once more. His aura was incomparably weak, and his entire body was soaked with sweat. He looked as if he had just been fished out of the water. But Qi Xingtian's face was full of smiles. Although he had forcefully erupted with his bloodline that had yet to fully awaken, there would be a backlash. Compared to the harvests of the blood-flame fruit trees, all of this was worth it. Now it was all his. Qi Xingtian's feet moved, and he rushed deep into the mountain valley. But at this time there was a humming sound behind him. His eyes widened, and an icy chill rose up in his heart. But Qi Xingtian didn't stop. He didn't even turn his head to look. Instead, he erupted with the last of his strength and crazily rushed towards the blood-flame fruit trees. No matter what accident occurred, as long as he obtained the blood-flame fruit, he would be able to take the initiative. You are very smart, ruthless, and ruthless enough. If you have enough time, you will definitely become a great and awe-inspiring figure. But I must apologize. As you said before, this blood-flame fruit tree can only be mine. So, I thank you for your previous efforts. I also ask that you go underground and accompany your fellow disciples who haven't yet gone far on the road to the Yellow Springs. A cold voice pierced through Qi Xingtian's heart like a cold winter wind. Qi Xingtian suddenly discovered that his body had become powerless, and he couldn't help but fly high into the air. His final gaze fell on a black-robed youth that walked out from the fog. There's no aura. I, Qi Xingtian, actually died at the hands of an ordinary person. Pa. Qin Yu's consciousness fell into darkness. Qin Yu's eyes were faint. He swept his eyes over Qi Xingtian's corpse and then turned his attention to the blood-flame fruit trees. He sighed with joy. He originally thought that the process of obtaining them would be extremely difficult, but it was unexpectedly simple. Perhaps the heavens saw that he was too unlucky and adjusted his luck. Qin Yu dispelled these absurd thoughts from his heart. He stepped on the pig that was crazily trying to rush towards the blood-flame fruit trees and kicked it away. Since this fellow was so impatient, there shouldn't be any danger. But it was always better to be cautious. Qin Yu's thoughts stirred. The ant swarm split off and picked all 3 blood-flame fruits. The fruit was separated from the tree. This fruit tree that was like a flame and exuded exuberant vitality withered in the blink of an eye. A gust of wind blew past, directly turning it into powder. Qin Yu felt this was a pity. He extinguished any thoughts of moving the blood-flame fruit trees away and continuing to cultivate them in the future. But soon, as he looked at the 3 blood-flame fruits in front of him, Qin Yu's mood brightened. After a simple appraisal, he determined that they were indeed supreme treasures used to nourish the mortal body. He couldn't help but tightly clench his fists. Zhu Dagon, listen up. If you dare to touch these 3 fruits, I'll skin you alive and light you on a lantern. Saving the old man was more important. Now wasn't the time to swallow them. After a stern warning, he placed the blood-flame fruits into a separate space. This strange space had a formidable effect. It was similar to a sealed jade box that could lock in the blood-flame fruits so that they didn't lose their potency. The greatest sorrow in the world was that good things were in one's pocket, but one didn't even have the qualifications to look at them. A pig's life was so difficult. The indignant pig Dagong had nowhere to vent his anger. He threw himself over to Qi Xingtian's corpse and looted him clean. When all that was left was his underpants, he reluctantly stopped, feeling a bit better. Qin Yu allowed this fellow to do as he pleased. It was hard for him to have any thoughts of rejoicing over Qi Xingtian. Just as he was about to call Pig Dagung to leave, his eyes suddenly sharpened. He quickly walked over and flipped over Qi Xingtian's corpse. As he thought, his flesh and blood had already begun to rot. The thick flesh and blood hadn't dyed the ground red. Rather, it seemed as if it had been cleanly swallowed up by some great mouth hidden underground. Qin Yu looked at the ground beneath his feet and gradually frowned. He had personally seen the blood tentacle completely corrode in the darkness. This could only mean that it hadn't truly died. Even if it hadn't died, it must have lost a great deal of strength. Otherwise, it would have never watched helplessly as Qin Yu took away the blood-flame fruits. Qin Yu's eyes flashed. He kicked Pig Dagong and said, "I'll give you a chance to get rich. Carefully smell the ground and see if there are any treasures hidden here." Pig Dagong shook his head again and again. He had an expression that said, "Do you think I'm an idiot?" He had personally experienced just how fierce the blood tentacle was. Qin Yu shook his head. "I never thought you would be so smart." Pig Dagong humphed, revealing a high-spirited expression. "What nonsense are you spouting? As the king of the pig race, I am smart and fierce." Qin Yu's complexion sank. "If you refuse a toast, then you can only drink a forfeit. Hurry up and find what's underground." Pig Dagong was stunned. He seemed to have forgotten that he had already become Qin Yu's blood-fed beast. Facing his orders, there was no way he could resist at all. This is tyranny. This is utter disregard for the lives of pigs. I protest, I strongly protest. But if protesting was useful, the world would have been peaceful long ago. There wouldn't be so many grudges and grievances, right and wrong. Pig Dagong was filled with unwillingness. He lay on the ground and sniffed. Because this was an official order from Qin Yu, his instincts didn't allow him to play any tricks in the dark. He could only pray that there was nothing underground. But things didn't go as he wished. After a careful investigation, Pig Dagong smelled a strange scent. It was bloody but also sweet. These were clearly two opposing and even seriously conflicting auras. But they had completely fused together, becoming even more enticing. Uncontrollably, Pig Dagong's lips curved up. Then, like a broken dam, saliva flowed out. "Ayo!" With an excited roar, Pig Dagong threw himself to the ground. His two tusks pierced into the earth, and like a shovel, he crazily dug into the ground. Qin Yu discovered that there was something wrong with him, but didn't stop him. He quietly stood on the side, watching as Pig Dagong dug a deep pit at an astonishing speed. A moment later, a horrified scream suddenly rang out from the deep pit in the ground. Immediately after, Zhu Dagong sprang out. His black, needle-like hair was stained with a large patch of scarlet red, like red paint. But if one looked carefully, they would discover that this red color was constantly wriggling, trying to drill into Pig Dagong's body. Unfortunately, this pig's black skin had been tempered over and over again, and it had also undergone the baptism of the black hole. It was thick enough to be used as a city wall. The wriggling red color struggled for a long time, but still wasn't able to corrode through its defenses. Qin Yu's heart settled. It was just as he thought. He shouted, "Stop for me!" A formidable suppression from the level of his bloodline caused Pig Dagong to instantly lose all strength. He fell to the ground, gasping for breath. "Master! Save me, Master! Save me!" Qin Yu's lips twitched. He quickly cursed. "Idiot! Haven't you discovered that it can't harm you at all?" Pig Dagong was stunned. He carefully sensed that this was indeed the case. His spirits rose, and he cursed. "Little thing, you dare to bully anyone you see? Do you even know what a thick iron door looks like?" He rolled around, his long fur rapidly shaking. The sticky red color fell off. It didn't stain the dirt and rapidly gathered on the ground. Then this jelly-like object rapidly rolled towards Qi Xingtian's corpse. But before it could get far, Pig Dagong stepped on it. Pig Dagong grinned, his expression fierce. "Little thing, you caused this Grandpa Pig to lose face. I won't let this go so easily." He opened his mouth and bit down. "Shut up." Qin Yu's light voice echoed out. Looking at the jelly-like object that was less than an inch from his mouth, Pig Dagong froze for a second. He looked up with difficulty. Master, I was too excited this thing. I'll leave it to you to deal with. Woo woo woo, my life. Why is it so bitter?" This time it was really right at the tip of my tongue. I was just a tiny bit away. The jelly-like object that was flung down rapidly lost its vitality. It seemed as if the air was poisonous and it would die as soon as it was exposed outside. But its death meant that its harmful side had been stripped away. The smell of blood in the air faded away, leaving behind only an alluring sweetness. Qin Yu faintly smiled. Put it away. We can study it later. This thing was absolutely related to that terrifying blood vine. Before he could figure out just what it was, no matter how tempting it was, he couldn't eat it. He kicked the listless pig dagong. We're leaving. The movements here were likely to draw attention. Since he had obtained the benefits, it was naturally best to leave as soon as possible. Delay for fear of change wasn't just a simple phrase. Over the endless years, countless seniors had paid the price of blood and even their lives for this. After cleaning up the scene, Qin Yu quickly left the valley. He soon saw the female cultivator trapped in the array formation. However, her current condition was far worse than he expected. Her body was covered with wounds, and her dress was soaked in blood. Qin Yu soon understood why she was in such a miserable state. After Qi Shengtian died, the strength he had poured into her body had dispersed, causing her to be unable to withstand the impact of the array formation strength. He rubbed his nose. If he were to seriously consider this matter, he also seemed to be responsible for it. But the one who schemed against this female cultivator wasn't him. What caused her to fall into a perilous situation was a natural array formation. There was no need for Qin Yu to stir up trouble for himself. Moreover, with Qin Yu's current condition, he couldn't expose himself. It would be best if no one knew that he had appeared in this mountain valley today. Although one had to have a bottom line, they weren't family or friends, so there was no need for Qin Yu to place himself in danger. He closed his eyes and opened them again, continuing to walk out of the mountain valley, as if he didn't see the female cultivator struggling on the verge of death. But at this time, Zhu Dagong suddenly stopped. He stared straight at the female cultivator trapped in the array formation. Master, as a great monster that is about to take human form, I am filled with curiosity towards human women. In any case, she will die soon. So how about I bring her out and let her learn from the differences between human women and my pig race beauties? I ask Master to agree. Qin Yu's eyes flashed. He calmly nodded and said, I agree. Praise you, most benevolent Master. Zhu Dagong impatiently turned into a bolt of black lightning and rushed into the array formation. The strength of this heaven and earth array formation was already about to be exhausted, so several attacks didn't hurt him at all. He, good little beauty, Grandpa Pig is coming. Mu Xian's strength was exhausted. Because she had lost too much blood, her vision was blurry. She suddenly saw a wild boar appear, and this wild boar was staring at her with an incomparably wretched expression. A horrifying thought appeared in her mind, and she fainted. Zhu Dagong was stunned. As he looked at Mu Xian, who had fallen to the ground, he felt as if 10,000 horses were galloping in his heart. What was the meaning of this? What was the meaning of this? You saw the handsome, masculine, and powerful king of the pig race, and you fainted in fright? Are you saying that I'm ugly? That I'm frighteningly beautiful? Ha ha, ha ha ha. No matter who it was, this was something that he absolutely could not tolerate. Save her. What are you doing? Qin Yu's voice sounded out. Big Pig clenched his teeth. Right now, there was more important business to attend to. He couldn't expose himself. In the future, he would slowly train this little girl. This pig could guarantee that she would become the most loyal little maid that would fall head over heels in love with me. He picked up Mu Xian and placed her on his back. Then, Zhu Dagong jumped out several times, an impatient look on his face. Master, please wait a moment. I will be quick. Although saying these words was extremely shameful when it came to benefits, what was face worth? Hold on. Qin Yu reached out a hand. He smiled and said, This isn't a place to stay for long. Take her and leave first. Zhu Dagong couldn't oppose this reason. He could only dryly smile and praise his master for his wisdom. After leaving the mountain valley, the swarm of ants flew over and picked up the two people and the pig before quickly leaving. Because the process of obtaining the blood flame fruit had gone unexpectedly smoothly, Chinyu had plenty of time. After the swarm of ants flew out of the safe range, they landed. "Master, do you want to inspect the blood flame fruit? I will take it out now. Don't worry, I understand the rules. I will immediately take this woman and disappear. There is no need to worry. I will wait for you outside." At the cave entrance, Zhu Dagong had a thoughtful expression on his face. Qin Yu faintly smiled. "Is that so? It seems you are quite thirsty. But what you desire is only this woman's body, right? As for the items on her body, you shouldn't be interested in them. Leave them all to me." "Zhu Dagong, what?" "Qin Yu, what do you want to do? Can't we just follow the normal script for once? Do you want to be like this? Every time you steal food from a pig's mouth. 3 times. This is already the 3rd time. Do you really think I don't dare to go crazy?" Qin Yu glanced at the enraged Zhu Dagong. He lightly said, "What? Do you have an opinion?" "I do." Zhu Dagong erupted in anger. But as he met Qin Yu's eyes, he felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over his head. He lowered his voice and said, "Opinion my ass. Master, you are the greatest. You can do whatever you want. I will completely follow your will." Chapter 684. There was no reason for Zhu Dagong to refuse. Zhu Dagong calmly placed one magic treasure after another on the ground. There was a ring, a pearl necklace, a necklace. When it took off the bracelet that seemed to flow with starlight, Qin Yu keenly noticed that Zhu Dagong's hoof was trembling slightly, and the corner of its mouth was twitching. This was it. Without giving Zhu Dagong a chance to think of anything else, Qin Yu bent down and took the bracelet away. He lightly said, "This thing is a bit interesting." He really did sense it. Zhu Dagong's face was ashen and he stiffly nodded. Qin Yu's smile deepened. He earnestly looked at this bracelet. Just what was so different about it? Why was it able to attract Zhu Dagong's attention? Although he was suspicious of this fellow's character, Qin Yu recognized his ability to identify treasures. If he didn't hesitate to carry the shameful title of very fast on his back, then there must be something extraordinary about this bracelet. But what left Qin Yu puzzled was that he didn't feel any powerful aura from this bracelet. The only fluctuations he felt were that it had a certain protective effect on the soul. Perhaps it was because he had lost his cultivation that his eyesight had declined. He glanced over and saw Zhu Dagong's listless appearance. Qin Yu was even more certain of his guess. He would put it away first and carefully appraise it after his cultivation was restored. Perhaps there might be some unexpected harvests. But at this time, through his connection with the blood-fed beast, Qin Yu sensed that Zhu Dagong's emotions were fluctuating, as if he were filled with shock. Qin Yu narrowed his eyes. "What did you discover? Just what secret is hidden in this bracelet?" "This is my order." Zhu Dagong lifted his hoof and opened a spatial crack. A mass of blood-red light flew out. Then the bracelet in Qin Yu's hand erupted with an even brighter light. Motes of stars appeared in this light, as if they were stars floating in an endless galaxy. An invisible pulling force was released, pulling the ball of blood-red light over. It landed directly on the bracelet, and the instant the two came into contact, the blood-red light dissolved into some kind of flowing liquid. In the blink of an eye, the liquid covered the entire bracelet, and in the next moment, it was completely absorbed. Qin Yu's eyes subconsciously widened. He watched as the dark blue color on the surface of the bracelet rapidly vanished, like paper being swallowed up by flames, revealing a deep and thick dark gold underneath. Countless complex and exquisite patterns wove together, forming a mystical and cryptic diagram. He had already seen clearly that the blood-colored light that had been absorbed was the thing that Zhu Dagong had dug out from the ground and suspected to be the source of the blood vines. But why was it that the bracelet was able to absorb it and cause such a shocking change? It was as if a layer of camouflage, or perhaps a seal, had been broken, and the original appearance of the bracelet was revealed. Before Qin Yu could think any further, the light emitted by the transformed bracelet began to rapidly enlarge, turning into dazzling stars. Looking at this light was like looking up at a sea of stars. A suction force suddenly appeared. Qin Yu knew this was bad, but he didn't have time to respond. The world spun, and when he recovered his consciousness, his gaze swept the surroundings, and he was instantly stunned, because at this moment he was in a boundless sea of stars, and his surroundings were numerous, incomparably enormous stars. Standing in front of the star, Qin Yu was like a small and weak and beneath a mountain piercing through the clouds. Awe and fear rose from the depths of his soul. Suddenly, these quiet stars in the sea of stars began to slowly revolve, emitting deep rumbles that seemed to come from the highest heavens. They carried with them an incomparable penetrating and destructive strength, as if they could grind everything into powder. Qin Yu instantly felt the terror of these stars. It was like a million mountains were pressing down on him, and as time passed, this oppressive strength grew stronger and stronger. Ah! Qin Yu cried out in pain. At this moment, he felt as if he could explode at any moment. Give up. This strength isn't something that you can withstand. To be buried in the sea of stars is a revered title that only divine realm powerhouses can enjoy. With your weak cultivation, it is already gratifying that you are able to accomplish this. Why do you need to resist and endure unnecessary pain? Liberation is right in front of you as long as you are willing. Countless thoughts drilled into Qin Yu's mind. His eyes blurred and countless cracks began to appear on the surface of his body. The stars spun faster and faster. The rumbling they emitted was like the taunting laughter of giants. A lowly and insignificant human actually dared to attempt to break through the torture of the stars. No, I cannot give up. I won't die, I won't. Because of the tremendous pressure, Qin Yu's bulging eyes were bloodshot and his blood vessels bulged out. He looked up at the surrounding stars and angrily roared out, "With just you lot, you want to kill me? That's far from enough." In the cave, when the bracelet revealed its original appearance, an invisible strength arrived. Space instantly froze, as if it were a giant block of ice. Zhu Dagong's eyes widened with panic, but his expression was still frozen in the pain he felt after discovering that Qin Yu had unraveled the treasure. Comparing the two, it was strange and comical. He didn't know what had happened, but without a doubt, it was related to the bracelet in Qin Yu's hand. After trying every method to escape, but failing, Zhu Dagong gave up. He could only place all his hopes on Qin Yu. But at this time his heart fiercely shrank and a great fear rose up in his heart. This was the ability he obtained after becoming the king of the pig race, Danger Foresight. After obtaining this ability, it had helped him overcome many difficulties, but there had never been a time when it gave him such a terrifying feeling. It was like the collapse of the heavens and earth had swept away all life in the world, sending them into the abyss of death and destruction. No one could escape, but everything in the cave remained still, without the slightest abnormality. So, why would there be this terrifying feeling of annihilation? Zhu Dagong struggled to turn his eyes. Finally, with a pair of white eyes, he discovered that there was something different about the frozen Qin Yu. Just by looking at him, he could clearly feel an incomparably terrifying pressure, as if invisible stars were suppressing him. The fear in his heart intensified. This was because Zhu Dagong was well aware that if he were the one withstanding this pressure, he would have already died. But even if Qin Yu could withstand it, how long could he last? Once he collapsed and died, as a beast that was fed with blood, he would inevitably be buried with his master. Zhu Dagong finally understood why his Danger Foresight ability had been triggered, and why it was so terrifying. Tears filled his eyes, but they were imprisoned by an invisible strength unable to flow. His vision was completely blurred. If he could choose, Zhu Dagong would rather not discover the aura of a treasure on Mu Xian's body. But time would not flow backwards. Now that things had reached this step, there was no turning back. Zhu Dagong thought back to the elder who had pushed him onto the throne of the pig race. That elder had once warned him not to abuse the heaven-bestowed talent of the pig race to obtain things that shouldn't belong to him. Otherwise, if he accumulated more and more karma, there would come a day when he would suffer a backlash. Was this the time when he would suffer a backlash? Zhu Dagong's heart filled with despair. Suddenly, there was a light cracking sound in his ears. Then, the terrifying strength that covered the cave instantly vanished from sight. The confinement space was restored, and Zhu Dagong's accumulated tears finally flowed freely, drenching a large puddle on the ground. I didn't die. I really didn't die. Zhu Dagong wept tears of joy. Qin Yu opened his eyes. His pupils were dark and gloomy, revealing a deep weariness. He only had time to glance at the bracelet in his hand that had turned into motes of starlight before his consciousness fell into darkness. It was a long sleep without the invasion of any dreams. When Qin Yu opened his eyes, not only had all the energy he used up been restored, but he also felt unprecedentedly relaxed. Although he still couldn't summon any magic power, he could clearly see his soul space. The surface of his soul was covered in cracks, as if it had been forcefully glued together. There was a dazzling chain wrapped around it, shining with runes that floated around it. Chain of stars, produced in an unknown land. It has been passed down in the world for endless years. It is a transcendent, soul-level treasure. Not only does it possess a formidable defensive power, but it also has suppressive and regenerative functions. This information appeared on its own. Because Qin Yu had passed the interrogations of the stars, he had become the new master of this supreme treasure that had disappeared into the river of time for countless years. There were still many mysteries. For instance, why did the chain of stars appear in the hands of a weak little female cultivator? For instance, why was the source body of the blood, red, tentacles, able to undo the seal on the surface of the chain of stars? But even if he couldn't obtain an answer to these questions, Qin Yu was sure that he had obtained a great harvest that surpassed his imagination. With the help of the chain of stars, although it couldn't solve his difficult situation, it could at least help him gain more time. It wouldn't be like before, where he could feel the aura of death approaching at every moment. To use ember flies to ashes in a severely wounded state, although the isolation that solitary Westgate gave him could slow down the rate at which his soul was burned after being wounded again in the black hole, this isolation had been damaged. Although there was no invasion of pain, the feeling of being able to feel his soul approaching destruction at every moment was enough to cause his mind to collapse. Whew! Qin Yu let out a long breath. He felt the dark cave in front of him become brighter and more beautiful. Thus, when he saw the nervous Mu Xian not too far away, he was startled for a moment before he smiled. No matter how it was said, the chain of stars was this little girl's possession. If it were only an ordinary treasure, Qin Yu would have taken it as a matter of course to save her life. But now he felt that he should treat her better. After Mu Xian woke up, she found herself in this cave. There was also a man and a restless wild boar. At first glance, Mu Xian recognized that this wild boar was the same one that had appeared in front of her before she fell unconscious. Thus, its wretched expression immediately appeared in her mind. And what caused Mu Xian to collapse was that she discovered that all of her belongings had been taken away. A horrifying thought struck her mind, causing her face to instantly pale. Luckily, the restless Zhu Dagong wasn't in the mood to speak nonsense with her. He coldly shouted, "Stop being so smug. This Grandpa Pig isn't interested in you." Mu Xian relaxed. She looked at Qin Yu. If it were him, although he would still be sad and indignant, he would still be able to accept it. Zhu Dagong was so angry that he actually laughed. Was this little girl's brain made of tofu? She didn't even look at her own situation and only knew how to let her imagination run wild. He sternly reprimanded Mu Xian and had her stay on the side. Zhu Dagong only hoped that Qin Yu would wake up soon. If something happened to him, then this pig would also suffer misfortune. So, when Qin Yu woke up and revealed a smile, Zhu Dagong was extremely excited. "Master, my most respected and powerful master, you've finally woken up." His attitude was extremely intimate, leaving Qin Yu bewildered. He reached out a hand and pushed away Zhu Dagong's pig head. "How long was I unconscious for?" "Half a day." Qin Yu relaxed. Luckily, he hadn't caused any trouble. He stood up and looked at Mu Xian. She had already hurriedly stood up, her expression tense. After a moment of hesitation, Qin Yu directly said, "I was the one who saved you, and I've already taken the reward. It's that bracelet on your body. Now we're even. I still have matters to attend to, so take your things and leave." The corners of Zhu Dagong's lips twitched. "You clearly wanted to cruelly ignore me. But it was this Grandpa Pig who saved you. You even took away the favor and benefits. You are ruthless." Mu Xian's eyes widened. She immediately regained her composure and bowed again and again. "Thank you, Senior. Thank you, Senior." She hurriedly picked up the items on the ground and left, afraid that Qin Yu would change his mind. The sound of footsteps faded away and then turned back. Qin Yu looked at Mu Xian, who was slowly returning to the cave. He couldn't help but frown. "You don't want to leave?" Mu Xian was frightened. She hurriedly said, No, my injuries are very heavy right now here. I'm not familiar with this place. Senior, could you? Qin Yu's frown deepened. "You should have a token to ask for help on you, right?" Mu Xian lowered her head, her face flushing red. Qin Yu was left speechless. It seemed that this little girl had forgotten to bring it. She didn't even have this sort of common sense, and yet she dared to go treasure hunting with others? No wonder she had been sold off. Seeing Qin Yu's gloomy expression and not saying a word, Mu Xian became even more nervous. "Senior, rest assured. I absolutely won't let you make a trip for nothing. I live at Wudong Mountain. Since you sent me there, you will surely reward me generously and she couldn't finish her sentence. The little girl was so anxious that she began to sweat. Qin Yu's thoughts stirred. Where this female cultivator lived, there would definitely be a massive number of cultivators. The blood flame fruit could repair the mortal body and destroy the power of curses. But it was far too strong. It was far too risky to recklessly give it to Old Man Zhou. It would be best if he could supplement it with other materials and refine it into a pill with a mild effect. He might as well send this female cultivator home and find an alchemist along the way. How far is Wudong Mountain from here? Mu Xian was confused. "I don't know where this is, but it's about 20,000 miles east of the mountain valley." As she spoke to hear, she was startled. She cautiously looked around. Qin Yu didn't seem to notice. He silently calculated the time and then said, "Let's go." He stood up and walked away. Mu Xian quickly followed. Suddenly there was a loud buzzing sound. Purple back, blue wing ants flew in from all directions. Mu Xian screamed, her face paling even further. Qin Yu lightly said, "These are spirit insects that I raised." With a thought, the swarm of ants picked up the two people and the pig and soared towards Wudong Mountain. Looking at Mu Xian, who had a look of awe on her face, Zhu Dagong humped twice, thinking that this little girl was far too naive. Chapter 685. 10 miles away from Wudong Mountain, the swarm of ants quietly landed in a hollow. Qin Yu said without expression, "You've arrived." Mu Xian had a grateful expression. "Thank you, Senior, for sending me back." Seeing that Qin Yu wasn't in the mood to speak any further, she respectfully bowed and took several steps back. But just as he took several steps, Qin Yu lightly said, "You got lost in the mountains, and I brought you back. That's all." Mu Xian instantly broke out in a cold sweat. She trembled and said yes. She walked far away before she felt a bit of warmth on her body. "Senior is so scary. His strength must be terrifying." It seems that senior brother Qi and the others will not be able to return. Mu Xian shook her head. With her cultivation, it was impossible for her to do such a thing. Even if someone were to investigate, they would not suspect her. After confirming that Mu Xian had left, Qin Yu kicked Pig Dagong. The latter whimpered as its body rapidly shrank until it was the size of a mouse. It quickly ran to Qin Yu's shoulder and sat down. Looking for an alchemist was risky, so he had to disguise himself a little. For example, if he had a mini pig sitting on his shoulder, it would be obvious that he wasn't an ordinary person. This would save him a lot of trouble. After instructing the ants to hide themselves, Qin Yu walked towards Wudong Mountain. Mu Tong looked up at the massive signboard with the word Sky Declaring Pavilion written in gold on a black background. A trace of confusion flashed in his eyes. Was there going to be another auction when he specifically asked someone to invite him over? But that wasn't right either. With his status and identity, he didn't have the qualifications to notify them alone. Shaking his head and suppressing these thoughts, Mu Tong stepped inside. Someone immediately welcomed him. "Fellow Taoist, Mu has arrived. Please follow me." The one who spoke was a pale-faced, thin man with a pair of small, slender eyes, giving off an extremely shrewd feeling. He subconsciously frowned as he glanced at Mu Tong, but in the blink of an eye he hid it. Mu Tong was a bit overwhelmed by the favor. The other party was a senior manager of Sky Declaring Pavilion. He had only seen him a few times at auctions, but he had never received such treatment. He hurriedly returned the greeting with a smile, but at the same time, he secretly muttered to himself, "There must be a reason for this abnormality." After entering the luxuriously decorated box, Mu Tong could no longer hide the shock on his face when he saw the three people drinking tea inside. He quickly stepped forward and bowed. Mu Tong greets Elder Lu Yu, Grandmaster Qi, and Miss Feng Qing. No, something was definitely going to happen today. Mu Tong bowed down motionlessly, fine beads of sweat appearing on his forehead. Elder Lu Kuan was an elder with real authority in the sect, while he was just a small deacon. There was not much of a difference between their positions. Master Qi, on the other hand, was the most famous pill refinement master in the surrounding area of Wudong Mountain. He had a wide network of friends, enough to be on the same level as a sect master. As for Miss Feng Qing, she was the general manager of the Sky Declaring Pavilion. No one knew her true identity, but the Sky Declaring Pavilion, that covered the entire Upper Yuan mountain range, was an extremely terrifying superpower. As its spokesperson, naturally no one dared to look down on her. These three had actually gathered together to wait for a nobody like him. That's right, in front of these three, Mu Tong was very clear and certain that he was an unremarkable and lowly character. Elder Lu Zhua's expression was cold, and he had never shown any emotion to anyone. However, there was a faint smile on his face as he spoke first. "Mu Tong, I won't beat around the bush with you. I called you here today because Grandmaster Qi wants to buy an item from you. Miss Feng Qing and I will be the witnesses. Don't worry, Grandmaster Qi will definitely give you a sufficient reward. He won't let you suffer a loss." Mu Tong's mind was a bit numb. His Mu family had been in decline for many years, and all the good things had been lost. What could possibly catch Grandmaster Qi's eye? Even though he was confused, he still hurriedly said, "Elder is too serious. Mu Tong has always received your care in the sect. If Grandmaster Qi needs something, just say the word and I will immediately send it over. There is no need to delay your Grandmaster Qi and Miss Feng Qing's time." These words were enough to give him face. Elder Lu Zhua's smile widened. He waved his hand and said, "That won't do. Otherwise, if word of this gets out, I don't know what will become of us." Looking at Mu Tong's attitude, as long as he spoke, this matter would be settled. To be able to obtain a favor from Grandmaster Qi for such a simple matter was simply too worth it. With a light cough, Elder Lu Zhua said, 3 months ago, you purchased a bracelet that is beneficial to the soul from a small trade fair held by the Sky Declaring Pavilion, right? Grandmaster Qi is willing to buy it back at 5 times the price you paid for it. I wonder if you are willing? Mu Tong's face stiffened, speechless. Grandmaster Qi frowned. He lightly said, "If you aren't willing, then 10 times is fine." Elder Lu's complexion darkened. He felt he had lost face. "Mu Tong, do you agree or not?" Feng Qing smiled as she looked at the scene. Today, she had only happened to be present and had the intention of forming a good relationship with Grandmaster Qi. Thus, she naturally wouldn't say anything. Across from her, Mu Tong's complexion paled and sweat streamed down his face. "Grandmaster, Elder, please don't misunderstand. It's not that I'm greedy, but that bracelet is not in my hands right now." He immediately explained what had happened. Grandmaster Qi's complexion darkened. He had spent a great deal of effort to finally find the whereabouts of that item, but he never imagined that something would happen. Elder Luge said in a low voice, "Who did Mu Xian go with? When will she return?" Mu Tong bitterly smiled. "I don't know." The room fell silent. Mu Tong groaned inwardly, his robes soaked in sweat. Grandmaster Qi and Elder Luge spoke in secret. Then the latter said, "Mu Tong, immediately contact Mu Xian and have her return to Wutong Mountain. Or I can send someone to pick her up." Grandmaster Qi lightly said. Feng Qing's eyes brightened. It seemed that this bracelet was extremely important. It was sold from Sky Declaring Pavilion. Who would be so stupid as to not discover it? Otherwise, it would be easy to form a good relationship with Grandmaster Qi. After thinking for a moment, she gave up on her plans to secretly tamper with the bracelet. It would be bad if something went wrong. Mu Tong hurriedly said, "I will immediately contact Mu Xian and have her return as soon as possible." Elder Lu waved his hand. Mu Tong respectfully bowed and retreated. Once he left Sky Declaring Pavilion, he immediately jumped up and said, "My little ancestor, I told you not to go. How good would it have been if you had listened to me? You must take good care of the bracelet. Otherwise, our Mu family will be completely finished." He rushed back home, opening the door and running straight into the inner room. Inside was the last remaining bloodline sensing treasure of the Mu family. It could transmit simple messages between clansmen. When Mu Tong heard the voice of the spirit lord in Mu Xian's room, he almost collapsed. This clumsy little girl, she didn't even bring her messenger spirit bead when she went out. As his heart was filled with discomfort, he suddenly heard the courtyard door open. Mu Xian choked with sobs. "Uncle, I'm back." "How scary. I don't want to go out exploring anymore. I almost didn't come back." Mu Tong ran out, grabbing onto Mu Xian with both hands. "You stupid girl, you're finally back. Hurry and give me to you." His eyes suddenly widened. He looked at the empty white wrist in front of him, and it was like he had been struck in the head. His vision darkened and his ears buzzed. "Where is the bracelet? Where is the bracelet I gave you? Great aunt, don't scare me like that." Mu Xian was filled with grievance and fear. Just how much suffering did I suffer? I almost didn't come back. When we met, he didn't comfort me, ask me, or even enlighten me. Instead, he directly asked for my bracelet and even shouted at me. "Uncle really doesn't love me anymore. Wah. I want to cry. Wah, wah, wah. Cry as hard as I can." Mu Tong's face darkened. After a moment of fluster, he finally coaxed her to stop crying. "Mu Xian, stop messing around. Hurry and tell me where the bracelet is. Uncle really needs it urgently." Mu Xian sobbed. "Bracelet? I gave it to someone before he could even catch his breath." Mu Tong fell face first onto the ground. The loud bang startled Mu Xian. "Uncle, what's wrong? Don't scare me." Mu Tong's face paled. "It's over. It's all over this time. Soon." He seemed to have grasped onto the last straw. He stared at Mu Xian with a nervous expression. "Who did you give it to? Where is he?" Mu Xian shook her head. "He sent me to Wudong Mountain and left. I don't know either." She looked nervous. "Uncle, what's wrong?" Mu Tong weakly lay on the ground. It's nothing, don't worry about it. Things had already come to this, so what if he said it out loud? He could only make Mu Xian feel guilty and sad. Perhaps this was fate. Their Mu family was doomed to fall. They had finally seen a glimmer of hope for a comeback, but in the blink of an eye, they had been thrown into the abyss. Looking at Elder Lu Zhao and Grandmaster Qi's attitudes, they seemed to place a great deal of importance on the bracelet. Now that it had been lost, it was inevitable that they would be implicated. Mu Xian, how was your treasure hunting trip this time? Did you find anything? Mu Tong had already decided that he would shoulder all the responsibility by himself. As he thought about how it was likely that he wouldn't be able to see Mu Xian again in the future, his eyes became affectionate. Uncle, I almost died outside. Mu Xian finally had a chance to explain what had happened. She changed some key parts and said that she had broken out of the array formation by herself. Afterwards, I lost my way. Luckily, that senior helped me and I was able to return alive. I gave the bracelet to him. She paused and then said in a small voice, Uncle, are you really all right? Mu Tong clenched his teeth. Those bastards, they actually dared to treat you like this. It's good that they died. His thoughts raced. He continued to say, Qi Xingtian and those bastards wanted to use you as a sacrificial pawn from the very beginning. So they didn't tell anyone that you went treasure hunting with them. That's even better. Just pretend that you don't know about this, and don't tell anyone that you were with them. Grandmaster Qi was Qi Xingtian's uncle. If he and Elder Lu Zhao didn't know about this, this was without a doubt proof of this. Mu Xian quickly nodded. I understand, uncle. Suddenly, the courtyard doors were pushed open from the outside. Mu Tong, since your niece has returned, hurry up and come with us. It was someone from Sky Declaring Pavilion. Looking at the smiling and thin manager, Mu Tong's heart sank. They had actually been monitoring this place this entire time. That bracelet was likely even more precious than he had imagined. His face paled. Mu Tong squeezed out a smile. Manager, that there was an accident. Mu Xian's bracelet was lost. Manager, his complexion paled. Lost? Are you sure you lost it? Fellow Taoist Mu, a smart person should know what they can do and what they can't. What do you think? Mu Tong bitterly said, it really was lost. Otherwise, even if I were as bold as the heavens, I wouldn't dare to hide something that Grandmaster Qi wants. Manager took a deep breath. You can personally explain this matter to the Grandmaster. Mu Tong bitterly nodded. He glanced at Mu Xian from the corner of his eyes, telling her to remember his words. I will go with you. Miss Mu Xian will also come with us. Manager let's go together. Manager turned and left, his expression incomparably gloomy. He had followed Miss Feng Qing's orders in order to avoid unnecessary trouble and leave a better impression on Grandmaster Qi. He never expected this to happen. Things had become troublesome. Sky Declaring Pavilion in that same box. Grandmaster Qi fiercely stood up, his expression fierce. You lost the bracelet? Tell me you lost the bracelet. A terrifying aura erupted from his body. The air rumbled and the tea set on the table was instantly shattered to pieces. Mu Tong's face paled and blood flowed out from the corners of his mouth. Beneath this terrifying aura, he shivered and couldn't even speak. Mu Xian's injuries had not yet healed. Now she spat out a mouthful of blood and fell unconscious. Elder Lu Zhao clenched his teeth. Mu Tong, I will give you one more chance. Hand over the bracelet, and I will not pursue this matter any further. The deeper meaning was that if you continued to be so stubborn, don't worry about me being rude to you. Grandmaster Qi took a deep breath and restrained his aura. Mu Tong kowtowed again and again. Grandmaster, Elder, the bracelet has indeed been lost. Even if I were to be as bold as the heavens, I wouldn't dare to deceive you too. Grandmaster Qi slumped down on a sofa and leaned back. He closed his eyes and fell into a deep trance. There was a deathly silence in the box. Mu Tong was dripping with sweat. He knew that the fate of his uncle and nephew would soon be decided. Although Wudong Mountain was named after a mountain, it was actually an ancient mountain ruin. Because of some unknown reason, it had collapsed and the rubble had filled up the ravines in the earth. The city had been built above these ruins. Qin Yu hadn't been in the city for long. After spending a bit of time, he was able to gather some simple information about the city. For instance, the most famous and strongest alchemy service organization was called Sky Declaring Pavilion. In addition, he confirmed information about Sky Declaring Pavilion from other aspects. Qin Yu had already made his decision. This sort of powerful chain organization would place a great deal of importance on their reputation. Perhaps this would save him a great deal of trouble. Of course, it was impossible for Qin Yu to take out all of the blood flame fruits he had. He would refine half a pill and half a fruit as compensation. That should be enough to dispel their greed. This was the decision that Qin Yu made after careful consideration as he hurried along. A moment later, he arrived outside Sky Declaring Pavilion. He swept his eyes around and stepped inside. Unlike other places, Sky Declaring Pavilion wouldn't take the initiative to greet guests. Only after determining that there was a need would there be someone specifically assigned to receive them. Qin Yu walked to the alchemy service area. He looked around for a moment and beckoned. A female cultivator walked over with a smile. "Guest, what are your orders?" She glanced at the little pig on Qin Yu's shoulder, and her tone became increasingly gentle. "I would like to refine some pills." The female cultivator brightly smiled. "Would you like to prepare your own materials, or would you like to purchase pills from Sky Declaring Pavilion?" "I would." The female cultivator gestured to the side. "Guest, please follow me. After determining the rank of your materials, I will be able to recommend you a suitable alchemist." Passing through the crowd of people in the alchemy area, Qin Yu arrived at a white stone house with a black door. There were over a dozen similar stone houses. After waiting for a while, the stone house opened from the inside, and a cultivator walked out. The female cultivator smiled and said, "It's your turn. I'll be waiting outside. If you don't have any objections to the appraiser's result, just give me the receipt." Qin Yu nodded. He pushed open the door and walked in. The room wasn't too large. Behind a large black experimental bench that seemed to be made from crystal sat a tired middle-aged man. He didn't bother with pleasantries and directly said, "Guest, please take out your materials." Since he had come here, he naturally wouldn't hesitate. Qin Yu patted the mini pig big gang on his shoulder. It hummed and slashed its hoof through the air. A crack suddenly appeared and a blood flame. Fruit flew out. Behind the experimental bench, a middle-aged man who was drinking water spat out a mouthful of water. If he hadn't seen wrongly just now, then this mini pig had actually torn open space. It was normal for powerful cultivators to shatter the void, but for a pig to do so, that was a bit too outrageous. And what was most terrifying was that, from start to finish, there wasn't even the slightest movement. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have been able to feel any fluctuations in his aura. It was like opening a pocket. Just what level of strength did one need to be able to accomplish this? The middle-aged man looked at Big Gang with a look of awe and awe. As he looked at this common-looking, black-robed youth in front of him, he held him in much higher regard. There wasn't even the slightest bit of aura. How was this possible? Wudong Mountain was deep in the Upper Prime Mountain Range, a place where ordinary people couldn't reach. It seemed that this person was the same as his pet. He was also a hidden master. "Respected guest, please wait a moment. This humble servant will serve you with the utmost sincerity. Blood flame fruit." His voice suddenly rose. He was like an old duck that had been grabbed by the neck, his face rapidly flushing red. He threw himself onto the experimental bench and picked up the appraisal lens. He carefully looked over it several times, becoming increasingly excited the more he looked. It was real. It really was a blood-flame fruit. It was known as a supreme treasure that could restore flesh and bones from the brink of death, a treasure that could heal all wounds. After a long time, the middle-aged man regained his composure. He awkwardly smiled and said, "Dear guest, I've made a fool of myself. It's just that the materials you provided are too precious." There was absolutely no mistake. This seemingly young, black-robed man might be tens of thousands, or even tens of thousands of years old. Look at those pitch-black eyes. They were so deep that you couldn't see the end. They were filled with the vicissitudes of time. The middle-aged man took a deep breath and stood up. "Dear guest, the materials you provided belong to the highest level of existence. I no longer have the qualifications to touch them. Please come with me. I will bring you to see my teacher." The door opened from the inside. The bored female cultivator revealed a brilliant smile, but then her face stiffened. The middle-aged man said, "Honored guest, from now on, I will personally receive you." He bowed. "Dear guest, please come with me." Not only was the female cultivator stunned, but the surrounding guests also widened their eyes, their faces filled with disbelief. The appraiser of Sky Declaring Pavilion had a high status and status, yet he was so respectful to this young man. Just who was this person? As Qin Yu was preparing to leave with the middle-aged man, a group of cultivators carried 2 wooden boxes out from Sky Declaring Pavilion. The one leading them was a pale and thin man with a gloomy expression. The middle-aged man cupped his hands together and bowed. "Chief Steward Bai, is teacher free right now? I have received an honored guest." Chief Steward Bai squeezed out a smile. "Grandmaster Jiang should be free right now." He nodded towards Qin Yu and cupped his hands together in greeting. He didn't have the qualifications to ignore the honored guest that an appraiser had spoken of. Suddenly, one of the wooden boxes shattered and a man tumbled to the ground, his expression panic-stricken. "Chief Steward Bai, it was I who offended Grandmaster Qi. I ask that you show mercy and spare my niece." He had pretended to be knocked unconscious in order to wait for a chance to blow things up. Perhaps that would give him a slim chance of survival. I beg you." Chief Steward Bai's face paled. Today's matters couldn't be brought to light. With Mu Tong causing such a ruckus, it would definitely cause a series of waves. "You bastard, seize him." As he spoke, he cupped his hands together at the surrounding people. "Honored guests, this person lost an extremely precious treasure of Grandmaster Qi Shan's. Thus he was punished by the Grandmaster. I will immediately bring him away so that he doesn't disturb everyone's mood." "No, it's not like that. I have already bought that bracelet, so it is mine. Even if I lost it, it has nothing to do with Grandmaster Qi." Mu Tong couldn't care less anymore. He directly pointed out the matter. "I am a deacon of the Blue Wave sect. You cannot treat people's lives like grass." Chief Steward Bai trembled with anger. "What nonsense! Hurry and seize him." Now that all pretense of cordiality had been torn apart, how could Mu Tong be willing to surrender without a fight? In the chaos, another wooden box was knocked over and a young woman tumbled out. Her face happened to be facing Qin Yu. It was Mu Xian. In that instant, countless thoughts raced through his mind as he tried to connect everything together. He had lost the bracelet, and because of this he was placed in a difficult position. It seemed that the source of all of this was him. Qin Yu frowned, his eyes becoming cloudy and uncertain. "Shut up. The Blue Wave sect's face has been lost because of you." With a cold shout, Elder Luiyue strode forwards. His aura rose, and a powerful suppressive aura left everyone startled. The surroundings immediately quieted down. "Grandmaster Qi, Mu Tong is the scum of my sect. Not only did he lose your treasure, but he even dared to slander you. Grandmaster, please rest assured that I will bring him back to the sect and give you an explanation." Grandmaster Qi gloomily nodded. Feng Qing had an indifferent expression. In the world of cultivators, the strong preyed on the weak. She had seen such things happen far too many times. Besides mocking them inwardly, she wouldn't interfere at all. Mu Tong had a panic-stricken expression. He was well aware that in today's situation, once he and Mu Xian left everyone's line of sight, they would undoubtedly die. If Elder Luiyue killed them, all he needed to do was find an excuse to resist and try to escape. That would be enough to give an explanation to the sect. No one would care about the life or death of two little cultivators from a declining family. No, everything I said is true. Elder Luiyue, you have colluded with Grand Master Qi. I will expose you to the sect. Elder Luiyue sneered. Very good. I will wait for that day. He lifted a hand and grasped forwards. An invisible strength surged out, imprisoning Mu Tong so that he couldn't utter another word. He turned around. Grand Master Qi, Miss Fengqing, I will bid my farewells first. Inside and outside Sky Declaring Pavilion, there was a deathly silence. No one was an idiot. From Mu Tong's words and actions, they were able to sense something. But so what? Elder Luiyue and Grandmaster Qi's wills were enough to distort black and white. If even Miss Fengqing remained silent, they certainly wouldn't look for trouble. In this silence, a light voice suddenly sounded out. Wait a moment. Elder Luiyue instantly turned around. A sharp light rose in his eyes as he locked onto the person who spoke. His pupils shrank imperceptibly and he said, Fellow Taoist, what advice do you have? Qin Yu flicked his fingers. I haven't seen enough yet. So how can I take him away? See enough. Everyone's hearts trembled. Even if this was true, there was no need for him to say it out loud. Wasn't that just looking for trouble? Countless people broke out in a cold sweat for Qin Yu. However, they also felt a bit happy in their hearts. Although they didn't dare to stop someone from distorting black and white like this, they were still excited to see someone step forward. Elder Liu Yue's complexion paled. He coldly said, I must solemnly remind this fellow Taoist not to make a mistake. Otherwise, you won't be able to bear the consequences. The middle-aged man, appraising the materials, paled and his heart trembled. This person wasn't as harmless as he seemed on the surface. If he really angered him, then even an elder of the Blue Wave sect might not be able to deal with him. He hurriedly took several steps forward, bowed, and quickly said several words. Fengqing's eyes narrowed. She looked at Qin Yu and then at Zhu Dagong on his shoulder. Her expression was dignified. After a moment of thought, she stepped forwards and said, Guest, could you give face to Sky Declaring Pavilion and not interfere in this matter? Grand Master Qi still needed to be on good terms with him. Qin Yu smiled. And if I say no? Zhu Dagong, who was lying on Qin Yu's shoulder, nearly fell over. Big brother, could you please not play around? You are walking on a tightrope here. If you aren't careful, you will die a horrible death. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. They never imagined that this person would be so unyielding. Even facing Miss Fengqing, he didn't give her any face at all. Fengqing frowned. She glanced at him with a bit of sadness in her eyes. Honored guest, why must you make things difficult for me? Well, since you insist on interfering, then please leave before you deal with this matter. Sky Declaring Pavilion does not want to be implicated. These words expressed her respect towards Qin Yu and also vaguely reminded Elder Luiyue and Grandmaster Qi that this person wasn't someone to be trifled with. Immediately, everyone's eyes changed as they looked at Qin Yu. Elder Luiyue and Grandmaster Qi's complexions became increasingly ugly, but they didn't speak. This boy was clearly extraordinary. If he could force Sky Declaring Pavilion to back down, they didn't want to make enemies with him. But if they let the Mu family uncle and nephew go like this, where would their face be? They had to find a suitable reason. In the awkward silence, Mu Xian tumbled out from the box. After a coughing fit, she slowly opened her eyes. After a brief daze, she saw her uncle being caught. Then, she saw Qin Yu standing in the crowd. Mu Xian's gaze paused for a moment, Then she bit her lip and slowly lowered her head. Chapter 686. Qin Yu's lips curled up. He faintly smiled at Qi Yunshan and lightly said, I know you have an intense thought that tortures your heart, and you urgently want to know the answer. I will satisfy you now. That's right. The bracelet you are looking for is in my hands. Feng Qing's pupils shrank. She was even more sure of her guess. This seemingly ordinary black-robed youth was absolutely an unfathomably deep existence. Otherwise, how could he dare to recklessly provoke Qi Yunshan's sensitive nerves at this time? Qi Yunshan's eyes brightened and his face flushed red with excitement. He stared at Qin Yu, his voice hoarse. Is that true? Qin Yu nodded. Of course it's true. Qi Yunshan took a deep breath and cupped his hands together. Fellow Taoist, I am Qi Yunshan. I have some achievements in alchemy, and I have unintentionally offended you today. I ask that fellow Taoist not take offense. That bracelet belongs to my Qi family's ancestor and is extremely important to the juniors of my Qi family. If fellow Taoist is willing to return it, I am willing to pay any price. Moreover, from now on, fellow Taoist will become my close friend and the most honored guest of my Qi family. He didn't even mention Mu Tong and Mu Xian. After determining the whereabouts of the bracelet, they didn't have the qualifications to be noticed. Whether they were alive or dead didn't make a difference. Although I don't know whether what you say is true or false, this is a very sincere offer. Unfortunately, I am also interested in this bracelet and have no intention of selling it. Qin Yu lightly said, so I refuse. Hiss! Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Their eyes widened and their faces filled with disbelief. This was disdain towards an alchemy grandmaster. It was no worse than directly slapping him in the face. Did he really not fear thoroughly angering Grandmaster Qi? Qi Yunshan suppressed his anger. Fellow Taoist, do you really not want to consider it? Qin Yu reached out a hand. I will only say this once. Let go of the Mu family's uncle and nephew and do not disturb them in the future. If you do, I will not pursue this matter any further. Big Pig's field of vision darkened. Big Brother, if you were in perfect condition, exterminating him would be as simple as crushing an ant. But now you are nothing more than a paper tiger. Be careful you don't go overboard and bury yourself. But he was well aware that with the situation at this step, Qin Yu could only walk to the end. If he revealed the slightest weakness, he would immediately be exposed. Good, very good, Qi Yunshan gloomily said. I have no idea who you are, but since you have chosen to become my enemy, I will not back down even half a step. Hand over the bracelet. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Bang! A powerful aura burst forth from his body. Qin Yu narrowed his eyes, a cold look on his face. The dignity of a superior was revealed, like a god from the highest heavens, making others feel awe and awe. Master Qi, Feng Qing suddenly said, I've already said that I hope the two of you can restrain yourselves and not have any conflicts in Sky Declaring Pavilion. I hope you can understand. Qi Yunshan was expressionless. Good, then I will go. Before his voice fell, he lifted a hand and a shadow flew out, exploding forth like an arrow. In an instant, this shadow arrived in front of Qin Yu. It opened its mouth, revealing sharp fangs as it ruthlessly bit down at him. A fierce light flashed in Qi Yunshan's eyes, revealing madness and cruelty. With the starlight chain, his alchemy skills would rise to a whole new level, and he would become a true alchemy master. At that time, even great Tao realm existences would have to give him enough respect. Even if he provoked a powerful enemy, it would still be worth it. The energy that a true alchemy master could erupt with was enough to suppress a powerful sect or even an ancient, inherited family clan. So, Qi Yunshan chose the right time to attack without hesitation. But the plot didn't develop in the direction he expected. The terrifyingly fast shadow's sharp fangs pierced through Qin Yu's skin. But then, as if it had been struck by a lightning crystal, it froze in place, as if an immobilizing technique had been used on it. A terrifying suppression that came from the bloodline level made it feel as if it were facing an invincible natural enemy. Fear gushed out from the depths of its soul, completely submerging its consciousness. All that was left was trembling and despair. Dragon, bloodline, monster, spirit. Cries of alarm sounded out. Countless people looked at the gray shadow that was wrapped around Chinyu's neck like a snake and covered in dragon scales. Their faces paled. When they looked at Chinyu again, it was like they had discovered some unimaginable miracle. Their eyes filled with awe. Several drops of cold sweat appeared on Chinyu's back. He didn't know what a dragon bloodline monster spirit was, but without a doubt, he had just passed through the gates of hell. Luckily, this thing seemed to be extremely afraid of the ancient race. After touching its blood, it was directly suppressed. He swore to himself that he would never do such a risky move again. The feeling of helplessness on the verge of death was incomparably disgusting. But on the surface, Qin Yu's complexion didn't change at all. His fingers steadily removed the dragon bloodline monster spirit from his neck. His tone was light and calm as he said, "What a naughty little fellow. It's a good thing you closed your mouth quickly. Otherwise you would already be dead. I can forgive you, because this wasn't your original intention. But I will absolutely not allow you to offend me." Qin Yu looked up, his pitch-black eyes locking onto Qi Yunshan. The ice-cold intent in his eyes could freeze all and cause all things to fall into extinction. Bang! A terrifying aura was like a great, slumbering beast awakening. It was like thousands of volcanoes erupting at the same time, looking down on the world with disdain and trampling 1,000,000,000,000 stars beneath their feet. The air suddenly became thick and viscous, submerging everyone like an invisible swamp. They withstood a terrifying pressure and were forced to stop breathing. Hum! Hum! Beneath the impact of this aura, the defensive strength that Sky Declaring Pavilion had set up was instantly activated. A brilliant divine light flashed, cold and dense. But at this time it could only shrink, not daring to approach Chinyu at all. This was because the strength of the entire Great Array formation had been thoroughly suppressed. Chinyu stared at Qi Yunshan, his voice so cold that it seemed to come from the depths of hell. "Tell me, how do you want to die?" The world fell deathly silent. Countless people froze where they were. Their hearts seemed to be grasped and fear tumbled in their eyes. Peak calamity, immortal realm. No, this is an aura comparable to the great Tao realm. Feng Qing screamed in her heart, her complexion paling. She had once come into contact with these existences that stood at the peak of the world, and she became increasingly aware of just how terrifying they were. With a flip of their hand, they could annihilate trillions of lives with a single thought. Qi Yunshan felt as if he had fallen into an icy lake. His entire body seemed to freeze, unable to even think. But he was well aware just what sort of existence he had offended. Great Tao Realm. It was actually the Great Tao Realm. It was over. It was completely over. Even the entire Qi family would be implicated by him and suffer a calamity. Great Tao Realm. A low and deep voice suddenly echoed out. Fluctuations appeared in the imprisoned space, and the figure of a white-haired old man appeared. As he arrived, Sky Declaring Pavilion's suppressed array formation erupted with an even more formidable aura, instantly locking onto Chinyu. Chapter 687. The oppressive aura that enveloped everyone was swept away. Feng Qing was pleasantly surprised. "Elder Zhao, why are you here?" "Old man, Su has made a breakthrough in his cultivation, so he has returned to his cave residence to cultivate in seclusion. I will temporarily replace him in patrolling the various places." Speaking of this, Elder Zhao revealed a trace of envy. He then smiled. "I heard that Miss was here. Thinking that we haven't seen each other for a long time, I rushed over through the teleportation array. I didn't expect to run into what happened today. Miss, please wait for a moment. I will deal with this person first." Qi Yunshan was overjoyed to have survived this desperate situation. Old Zhao. This person dares to look down on the dignity of Sky, declaring pavilion. We cannot let him off so easily. Elder Zhao's expression was indifferent. Don't worry, Grandmaster Qi. I will be impartial. He looked at Qin Yu, his expression cold and harsh. You may speak now. It was clear that if they didn't have a background that could cause Sky declaring pavilion to feel fear, today's matter would not be easily resolved. Countless eyes fell on Qin Yu, and many of them revealed looks of pity and sympathy. Looking across the entire world, great Dao realm existences could be considered first-rate powerhouses. They could call upon the wind and summon the rain, and they could laugh proudly in all directions. However, this person's luck was truly terrible. He had actually bumped into the hands of Sky, declaring pavilion's patrolling elder. Even if he didn't die today, he would at least lose a layer of skin. But what surprised everyone was that Qin Yu's expression was still as calm as before, as if he didn't care at all about being suppressed. Could it be that he still had cards in his hand, that he didn't fear Sky declaring pavilion? Explain? In the silence, Qin Yu slowly said, Then I wonder if Mr. Zhao is satisfied with this explanation. In his mind, Qin Yu tried to recall the scene of him refining the chain of stars not too long ago and standing in the vast starry skies. He imagined himself to be one of those eternal and limitless stars that possessed infinite strength. On his finger, the ring of Lyre trembled. He crossed his hands behind his back and hid it in his sleeve. Immediately after, the aura emanating from his body skyrocketed once again. The space around him shook violently, as if countless ripples had been set off in a huge wave. Within his soul space, the chains of stars that wrapped around his soul suddenly emitted a faint starlight. They passed through his body and gathered around him. A vast and boundless aura that seemed to be able to contain and devour all emanated from his body, like the endless starry sky above his head. Rumble! In the sky above Mount Wudong, all the clouds were instantly torn apart by an invisible force. The extremely bright sun dimmed, and one star after another appeared. Cold and mysterious starlight sprinkled down, condensing into a small figure that was neither male nor female. It was chanting an ethereal and reverent syllable, and a holy aura covered the sky and the earth. Divine Tao! Elder Zhao let out a low roar and almost bit off his own tongue. His mind rumbled as he fell into a state of confusion and panic. He had never thought that he would be able to face a supreme existence in the godly state today. Moreover, it was a heaven-defying existence that had gathered the stars in the sky and stepped onto the path of stars. No, this isn't the complete aura of the divine Tao. It doesn't seem to be complete. Right? If I were to face a true existence of the divine Tao, then a single glance would be sufficient to make me lose all resistance. The person in front of him was a powerful being who had touched the threshold of the divine path and could step into it at any time. Perhaps he was currently traveling the world in search of an opportunity to break through and become a divine transformation cultivator. Looking at Qin Yu's body that was shining with starlight, old Zhao had already thought of everything for him. He hurriedly bowed, his tone respectful and fearful. I didn't know that divinity had arrived, and old Zhao has offended you. I ask that divinity consider my master's face and show mercy. Divine Tao, Feng Qing's eyes widened. Her heart instantly fell into a blank. Even with her status, she had never truly come into contact with a divine Tao existence. That was an existence that stood at the peak of this world. Their thoughts could overturn day and night, and with a wave of their hand they could cause the world to lose color. Qi Yinshan's face was ashen. He fell to the ground, his body violently shivering, filled with endless fear. The divine Tao, it was actually a divine Tao existence. Such a great character only needed a single finger to completely erase him and the entire Qi family. Elder Lu Zhao was dripping with sweat and his heart wildly raced. His robes were soaked and stuck to his body, leaving him in an extremely distressed state. If there was a medicine for regret, he would definitely eat a basket full of it. Damn it, Who could tell him that this was clearly a trivial matter of finding a bracelet? So how did things develop to such a degree? Even a divine Tao powerhouse had appeared. Did things have to be so ridiculous? Elder Lu Zhao could only pray that he wouldn't be noticed. He hoped that this divine Tao existence would treat a minor character like him as if he were invisible and let him off. Bathed in starlight, he was like a divine god descending to the earth. His voice was low and deep, each syllable seeming to shake the void. If it weren't for the master of Sky Declaring Pavilion, do you think your offenses against me would have been so easily forgiven? Elder Zhao paled. Thank you, Lord Divinity. Your magnanimity is like the vault of heaven, able to accommodate all living beings. The terrifying aura that flooded the world suddenly vanished, as if everything that happened just now were only an illusion. Elder Zhao's pupils shrank. As a veteran powerhouse of the great Tao realm, he already had the qualifications to come into contact with some secrets related to the divine Tao. The scene in front of him undoubtedly proved that this person had already truly grasped the key to stepping into the divine Tao and could make a breakthrough at any moment. Only like this could he control the might of the heavens and earth as he wished. And this sort of formidable control could only be achieved through the endless years. Slowly accumulating it bit by bit, he was acquainted with his master, but he had no impression of this person at all. Of course, Elder Zhao was only a bit puzzled, but he didn't doubt this at all. He had already personally witnessed the aura of the divine Tao. That terrifying level couldn't be faked. Greetings, Lord Divinity. Elder Zhao half knelt on the ground. Walala, within Sky Declaring Pavilion, everyone knelt on the ground. This was the transcendent reverence that a divine Tao existence should enjoy. Mu Xian had a dazed expression. She was dragged to her knees by her uncle, still in a daze. She never imagined that the senior who escorted her all the way here would be a legendary character. It was no wonder that senior didn't kill her to silence her. Thinking about it, he simply didn't think that killing Qi Xingtian and the others would be a problem. As for the reminder before they parted, it should have been simply because he didn't want other matters to affect his mood. Ancestors, bless us, ancestors, bless us. Our Mu family finally has a chance to prosper again. Mu Tong's whispers caused Mu Xian to regain her composure. Mu Tong's murmur brought Mu Xian back to her senses. She raised her head and saw her uncle looking at her with a fanatical expression. Mu Xian, my dear grandaunt, you've performed a great merit this time. Our Mu family will have to rely on you in the future. Although she didn't understand the ways of the world, that didn't mean she was stupid. Mu Xian soon understood the meaning behind her uncle's words. But between her and Senior, their debts were already cleared. There was nothing else. Mu Xian's lips moved, but she didn't speak. She was well aware that after today's events, the Mu family was destined to be valued by others, to be related to a divine realm existence. Even if it was just a tiny bit of suspicion, it would be enough to extricate the Mu family from their current predicament. Mu Xian. A calm voice suddenly sounded out, startling her. Like a startled rabbit, her eyes widened as she looked at Qinyu. I like the gift you gave me very much. If you have any needs in the future, feel free to mention my name. Qinyu had already succeeded in showing off, following the principle of not wasting anything. He pushed the boat with the current and thoroughly helped the Mu family. This could be considered his repayment for the chain of stars. Mu Tong's mind buzzed. Because of the rapid congealing of blood, he nearly fainted. Happiness had come too quickly. He wasn't prepared at all. The spring of their old Mu family had truly arrived. Countless envious eyes fell on the Mu family uncle and nephew. They were secretly calculating in their hearts that they had to find a way to pull closer to the Mu family. But no one was stupid enough to have any ideas about Mu Xian. Who knew just what sort of relationship she had with this person? Old Zhao respectfully said, Your Excellency, please rest assured that the Mu family will receive the protection of Sky Declaring Pavilion in the future. We will not disappoint you. His icy cold eyes swept over Qi Yunshan, revealing a deep loathing. It was all because of this bastard that they had nearly stirred up a great mess. Your Excellency, would you like to move to the next step? Qin Yu nodded. His eyes swept around. I am traveling the world and do not wish to be disturbed by others. As for today's matters, let them rot in your stomach. With these words, everyone's thoughts of showing off were thoroughly extinguished. No one dared to ignore the warning of a divine realm powerhouse. A moment later, in the most luxurious room of Sky Declaring Pavilion, Qin Yu leaned back on a soft sofa, his eyes indifferently looking at Qi Yunshan, who was lying on the floor. Your Excellency, please spare me. Your Excellency, please spare me. Even ants struggled to live, much less a character that was soon to become an alchemy grandmaster. As long as there was a glimmer of hope, he wouldn't give up. Old Zhao and Feng Qing respectfully stood to the side. They didn't look down on Qi Yunshan's performance at all. In order to live in front of a divine realm powerhouse, this wasn't a loss of face at all. It was just that they weren't optimistic about Qi Yunshan's struggle. The dignity of the divine realm could not be provoked. Only death and blood could atone for one's sins. Qi Yunshan, I do not wish to kill any more people right now. I will give you a chance. If you can complete it, I can spare your life. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Qi Yunshan kowtowed. If you have any requests, please feel free to speak. I will die 10,000 deaths for you. Qin Yu lifted a hand and tapped Big Pig, who was lying on his shoulder. Big Pig lifted a hoof and tore open space, taking out a blood flame fruit. As old Zhao saw this, his pupils shrank. He felt even more awe towards this mysterious person in front of him. As for the blood flame fruit, although it was extremely precious, it was normal for someone of his status to take it out. With these 3 blood flame fruits as the main ingredient and supplemented with other materials, can you refine a pill with mild medicinal properties that can be eaten by ordinary people? Of course, the medicinal effects must be maintained. Qi Yunshan's voice trembled. Don't worry, I am confident in my abilities. It's just that refining the pill requires some precious materials that I don't have on hand. Old Zhao bowed. I ask that you give Sky Declaring Pavilion a chance to make up for its mistakes. As for the other materials needed to refine the pill, we will provide them. Qin Yu nodded, indifferent. That's fine. I'll do as you say. He looked at Qi Yunshan and lifted a finger. You only have half a day. I will leave before nightfall. His eyes swept over old Zhao. You wouldn't tell your master that I am here, right? Old Zhao's face stiffened. He reluctantly said, No one dares to go against your will. Very good. Qin Yu stood up. Prepare a quiet room for me to rest in. Do not let anyone disturb me. Feng Qing hurriedly said, Please follow me. Subconsciously, he brought Qin Yu to the best resting room in Sky Declaring Pavilion. As he watched the door close, he suddenly cried out. Old Zhao's complexion changed. What is it? Feng Qing's face flushed red. She shook her head. It's nothing. Last night, she had rested here. There were specialized cleaners here, but the clothes she had changed into after washing up yesterday had been left in the bathroom. She could only pray that this person wouldn't see her personal clothes. With Qin Yu's cautious personality, even if his acting was perfect, he still wouldn't be negligent. Thus, he naturally had to inspect her clothes in the room. Thus, Feng Qing's prayers weren't of any use. Looking at the girl's clothes on the wooden rack, Qin Yu subconsciously thought of 4 words. Light, small, thin, and transparent. After enduring the awkwardness of inspecting her clothes, Qin Yu pulled Zhu Dagong away. He let out a long breath, a bitter smile on his face. At this time, he still had the mind to pay attention to such things. What a bastard. Qin Yu suppressed these thoughts and sat down at the table. He ordered Zhu Dagong to take out a blood flame fruit. Chapter 688. The status of a divine Tao was enough to arouse awe in others. This isolated chamber was the safest place right now. Qin Yu certainly wouldn't waste the half a day he had to wait for Qi Yunshan to refine pills. No matter how good a bluff was, it didn't have any real meaning. Only by restoring his own strength could he truly rely on. Qin Yu was well aware of this. The blood flame fruit was truly worthy of its reputation as a supreme body strengthening treasure. Wherever that incomparably hot current swept through, the tiny cracks in his flesh and blood rapidly healed. Of course, this was also because Qin Yu's mortal body was powerful enough to withstand the strength of the blood flame fruit. If it were anyone else, their mortal body would have been burnt to ashes. His severely damaged mortal body was like the cracked earth beneath the blazing sun. It greedily and hungrily absorbed the strength of the blood flame fruit. In a short 2 hours, the strength of the first blood flame fruit had been completely consumed. Qin Yu's eyes flashed open. Without hesitation, he took out a second blood flame fruit and ate it. The boiling hot current that had calmed down began to rampage once more. At the same time, deep rumbling sounds emitted from within Qin Yu's body. Although it wasn't intense, it contained a formidable will that shook the heart. Traces of the annihilating space strength entrenched in his flesh and blood were constantly peeled off and expelled from his body. The space around Qin Yu shattered, forming a horrifying spiderweb. Shwa! When the strength of the second fruit was completely absorbed, Qin Yu's eyes flashed open, a sharp light flashing within them. He reached out a hand and slapped the ground, standing up. As he moved, his bones emitted explosive crackling sounds. Strength flowed through his body. Although there was still a great disparity from a complete recovery, it was much better than before. If he could eat 3 blood flame fruits at once, the effects would be much better. But Qin Yu didn't regret his actions. Even if he could go back in time and make a choice again, he would still take out a blood flame fruit to save old Leaf Zhou without hesitation. The reason that people were human was that their hearts were filled with good and evil. There were some things that had to be done. If he couldn't even adhere to this point, how different was he from a beast? He looked up at the clock. Qin Yu adjusted to his restored strength and pushed open the door to the restroom. Feng Qing was waiting anxiously outside. She hurriedly saluted. "Greetings, Your Excellency." Her face was flushed, as if she wanted to say something but couldn't. Qin Yu suddenly realized that the clothes in the bathroom were hers. His eyes subconsciously swept over Feng Qing's body, and the image of her wearing those clothes appeared in his mind. "Cough, has Qi Yinshan finished refining the pill?" Feng Qing hurriedly said, "Reporting to Your Excellency, the pill refinement is going smoothly and will be completed very soon." She couldn't see anything strange from Qin Yu's face, so she could only suppress her thoughts. "Your Excellency, please wait in the room for a moment. I will confirm it immediately." Qin Yu nodded. "All right." An hour later, Qi Yunshan, whose face was pale as if he had been squeezed dry by 10 pigs for an entire night, arrived at the box. He half knelt on the ground and said, "I didn't fail the mission. I have already refined the pill. I ask that you examine it." Along with the jade bottle containing the medicinal pill, a jade slip introducing the medicinal pill was also delivered into his hand. Qin Yu opened the bottle and sniffed it. He didn't touch the jade slip. "Since you have refined the pill, I am a man of my word. I will forgive you this time." Qi Yunshan trembled with excitement. "Thank you, Your Excellency." His field of vision darkened, and he fainted. It could be seen that in just half a day he had exhausted all of his mental energy in order to refine this bottle of pill. Qin Yu glanced at him and lightly said, "I will also be leaving. There is no need to send me off." He stood up and walked out. Elder Zhao relaxed. He thought that this mysterious Qin Yu was actually quite reasonable. If he had used his divine Tao methods to break through the shackles and leave, then the entire defensive array formation of Sky Declaring Pavilion would have been destroyed. It seemed that by taking the initiative to use Sky declaring Pavilion's name to take out the materials needed for the pill, he had managed to calm this Qin Yu's anger. This was good, this was good. Elder Zhao's heart ached for taking out so many precious materials. Now, all of that had completely vanished. To resolve the dissatisfaction of a formidable existence that was destined to step into the divine Tao, although these materials were precious, they weren't anything at all. Farewell. He and Feng Qing bowed in respect. Qin Yu left Sky declaring Pavilion through a secret door. His steps were steady as he walked outwards. It was only when he left everyone's line of sight that he quickened his pace. When he emerged from an alley, he controlled the flesh and blood of his face to change into another ordinary face. Then he mixed into the crowd and left Wudong Mountain. With a thought, the swarm of ants held over, lifting Qin Yu up and taking him away at their fastest speed. It was only now that Qin Yu let out a long breath of relief. Luckily, the will of the divine Tao was terrifying enough that no one dared to casually violate it. Otherwise, if a true divine Tao existence were to be drawn in, that would be far more troublesome. Woolly Village. The granny looked at the unconscious old man lying on the bed, her eyes filled with helplessness and fear. Perhaps it was because they had helped each other for so many years. But between the two old people, there seemed to be some sort of strange telepathic connection. She could faintly feel that the old man's life was constantly fading away. As time passed, he was slowly approaching death, and today should be his limit. The granny's hands trembled as she grasped the old man's hand. Her voice was weak and hoarse, as if she were saying something to him. In this life, you have never despised me for being a mute. You have always been good to me and respected me. I am grateful to you from the bottom of my heart. Don't be afraid. Everyone has to welcome death. On the road to the Yellow Springs, I won't let you walk alone. Wait for me, to be able to spend a lifetime with you and even die on the same day. This old woman is already satisfied. Tears flowed out from the corners of the granny's eyes, but she actually calmed down. She sat on a wooden chair in front of the bed, looking at the unconscious old man as she waited for the final moment to arrive. Suddenly, the courtyard doors were pushed open from the outside. Then, there was the sound of hurried footsteps. The granny was in a trance. It was only when the doors were pushed open that she turned to look. All of a sudden, her eyes widened. Qin Yu smiled. Granny, I'm back. Don't worry. Nothing will happen to the old man. 3 days later, there was also the somewhat weak old man Zhou. He was lying on a chair covered with clothes, basking in the sun as he directed Qin Yu to do some woodwork. Since I promised someone I must do it, this work has already been delayed, so I must finish it as soon as possible. Qin Yu smiled and agreed. Don't worry. Although I have never done woodwork before, with your guidance, I will definitely be able to do it well. Of course. Don't you know who is guiding you? I am the top woodworker in the surrounding villages. If you can learn my craft, you won't have to worry about food or drink for the rest of your life. The granny brought over some medicinal soup. She looked at the bragging old man and opened her mouth to say a few words. Qin Yu didn't understand what she meant, but the old man's face flushed red. I know. I won't go out and take on random jobs in the future. I've said it dozens of times already. Don't you find it annoying? He grumbled, but his expression was a bit guilty. He took the medicinal soup and drank it all in a few mouthfuls. It was so bitter that his eyes rolled back. He grabbed a few tea leaves and tossed them into his mouth, chewing to counteract the bitterness of the soup. The granny glared at him and put away the bowl. Soon, she returned with a cup of milky milk tea. She smiled and handed it to Qin Yu. Thank you, Granny. Qin Yu drank large mouthfuls of the fragrant and sweet milk tea, a look of contentment on his face. Life had finally returned to the right track, but just as this thought appeared, he revealed a stunned expression. When did he think that this was the right track of his life? Indeed, deep in his bones, he had always longed for this sort of peaceful and tranquil life. But reality was always cruel. Chinyu was well aware that his ordinary life would soon come to an end. After eating 2 blood flame fruits, he had restored a portion of his mortal body strength and was now comparable to the early Blue Sea realm. With the help of the purple-back blue-wing ants, it wouldn't be easy for others to kill him as long as he was careful. Chinyu had to leave this place and return to the dangerous world of cultivators. He had to find a way to restore his wounds and pursue greater strength. That smelly whore, that damned smelly whore, I will kill her. I will definitely kill her. The youth lying on the bed, besides having a pale complexion, was undoubtedly handsome. But now his entire face was twisted and filled with endless hatred. The cultivator that was treating his lower body's wounds was covered with beads of sweat. After a long time, he finally finished cleaning up. He let out a long breath and quickly withdrew from the inner room. "How is the situation?" the white-side-burned cultivator asked, his expression dignified. The treating cultivator bowed. "Elder, the situation isn't too good." Because he was caught off guard, he suffered the explosion of an artifact. Young Master Feng's cultivation isn't strong enough to resist it, and his lower body has been severely damaged. I can only give him some simple treatment so that his wounds don't worsen any further. The white-side-burned cultivator's lips twitched. If he could, he really wished he could strangle this bastard in the room. It was fine if he played with a woman and forced himself on her, but didn't he know how to be more careful? Yet he was actually reduced to such a state by a woman who had just stepped onto the path of cultivation. He was simply trash, but this trash's background wasn't one to provoke. He took a deep breath and said, "No matter the cost, we must maintain his injuries. I will think of a way to deal with what happens next." The treating cultivator respectfully nodded. "Teacher, it looks like we can't hide this any longer. Do you need me to notify them now?" A youth respectfully asked. Yu Qing rubbed his temples and nodded, a tired look on his face. "Immediately send a message and tell them the truth about his injuries. This is a disaster he caused himself, so we can't be the ones to pay for it." Even so, whenever he thought of that young Miss Cold Eyes, he still felt a headache. The youth's face darkened, as if he felt the same pressure as his teacher. He hesitated for a moment and said, "Junior apprentice sister, Ali is waiting outside. Teacher, what do you think?" Yu Qing frowned. He immediately said, "Let's go see her first." Outside the temple, Ali's face was pale. Her body was still stained with blood, but there was no fear in her eyes. "Teacher," she bowed. Yu Qing said in a low voice, "You were too careless. You clearly knew what kind of person Feng Yang was. So why did you give him a chance to be alone with you?" Ali bit her lips. "I'm sorry, teacher, I was too careless." Yu Qing let out a deep breath. "It's too late to say these things now. But this matter isn't your fault. I will testify for you. Go back and rest. Don't feel any pressure." Ali's eyes were red. She respectfully bowed. "Thank you, teacher. I've troubled you." She turned and left. The youth behind her tried to suppress the surprise in his eyes. In his impression, this teacher, who was conservative and fair on the surface, was actually a completely different person in private. Find someone to watch over him. Before that young miss arrives, don't let anything happen to her. The youth let out a sigh of relief. Sure enough, this was the style of the teacher he was familiar with. The abnormality just now was hard to accept. "Yes, I will give the order now." Yu Qing watched him leave. A dark cloud appeared on his face. He couldn't help but curse in a low voice. That idiot Feng Yang had ruined his preparations. This new female disciple was originally prepared by him for himself. But now that this matter had become so big, someone would definitely find out. It was impossible to enjoy her alone. In order to prevent her from falling into the hands of the sect master and becoming a bargaining chip for him to break through, he could only destroy her. But he couldn't do this himself. Borrowing the hands of that young miss was undoubtedly the best reason. In this matter, no one in the sect would risk offending her to voice any objections. With a flick of his sleeves, Yu Qing walked away. His back was straight and his expression was solemn. His bright eyes were filled with determination. Chapter 689. Feng Qing looked at her younger clan brother, who had taken medicine and was sleeping soundly. A cold light surged in the depths of her eyes. If Feng Yang wasn't the only remaining male descendant of the Feng family, she would have personally cleaned him up. Who? She let out a light breath and turned to leave. When she appeared in front of everyone, her expression had already calmed down. Elder Yu Qing, I'll have to trouble you with this matter. Yu Qing had a solemn expression. I should apologize to Miss Feng Qing. I wasn't able to take care of Feng Yang, allowing him to be seduced by my disciple and suffer such serious injuries. He paused for a moment and continued to say, Miss Feng Qing, please rest assured that my sect will severely punish this matter. We will not tolerate it in the least. Feng Qing's expression was indifferent, although she knew that the fault in this matter was absolutely on Feng Yang. But as the only male descendant of the Feng family, Feng Yang, who was destined to become the future head of the Feng family, could not bear such a bad reputation. I'll have to trouble Elder Yu Qing. A plain voice came from his mouth, without the slightest fluctuation of emotion, as if this was a trivial matter not worth mentioning. Feng Qing secretly mocked herself. She had always prided herself on being noble and pure, but perhaps she was no different from these people. Yu Qing looked across at the dark and gloomy expressions of the sect master and the other elders. A faint smile lifted the corners of his lips. Miss Amorous Feelings, please stay in the sect for the time being. I will announce the final decision at the sect meeting. This was another gift. In front of all the cultivators in the sect, he would use the name of the sect to clear Feng Yang's name. Even if someone doubted him afterwards, they wouldn't dare to say a single word. This would seal the coffin. As for Zhou Li, although her physique was special and she had good potential, she could only blame herself for being too ordinary. In this world, being ordinary in itself was also a mistake. Gently nodding, Feng Qing didn't say anything more. She looked up at the lush green outside the window. It was clearly a scene full of vitality, but in her eyes, it was filled with a rotten smell. An immortal with a sword came from Depression Village. He stopped right above old Zhou's home. Everyone said that the girl Ali had made a name for herself outside and wanted to bring the old couple out of the mountain to enjoy a happy life. TSK, the Zhou family's girl is obviously a lucky girl since she was young. I've noticed it a long time ago, just as I expected. No wonder she looks down on the boys from outside the village. Little girl Zhou is a phoenix in a chicken's nest. She is destined to fly far away. Now, old Zhou and his wife are going to live a good life. In their old age, their granddaughter has actually grown up. Perhaps this is God's compensation to them. Countless people's eyes were shining with envy, and their mouths were muttering. They wished they could go over and see the grace of the immortal with their own eyes, but they were so afraid that they could only stay at home. He was an immortal that could fly. If he were to accidentally break a taboo, he would definitely die. Li Wei stood on the azure cloud, soared with his hands behind his back. His azure robes fluttered in the wind, giving off an ethereal aura. He looked down at the three lowly mortals in the courtyard below. He frowned, his eyes filled with arrogance. Are you Zhou Li's relatives? Elder Zhou forced himself to remain calm and respectfully said, reporting to immortal, we are. Li Wei coldly said, Zhou Li encountered an accident while she was cultivating in the sect, so she needs relatives to go. Choose one of you to go with me. The old man hurriedly asked, what happened to Ali? Humph. Matters of the immortal path aren't things you can spy on. There is no time to waste. I must go back and report, Li Wei coldly said, grabbing his grandmother's trembling hand. Elder Zhou took a deep breath. He turned to Qin Yu and said, Little Qin, go with the immortal. Qin Yu hesitated for a moment before slowly nodding. Li Wei frowned. Who is he? Can he represent your Zhou family? Elder Zhou said, Immortal, he is Ali's fiancé. He is the closest to her. Fiancé? Li Wei's complexion sank. He swept his eyes over him. That woman, Zhou Li, was so proud. But she had actually found a country bumpkin like this? Was he even worthy? Jealousy rose in his heart, but he soon sneered inwardly. This matter had already spread throughout the sect. Although the rumors said that Feng Yang hadn't succeeded, who knew the truth? A golden core realm cultivator couldn't deal with a mere rookie that had just entered the cultivation world. It was likely he had already eaten her up. If it weren't for her carelessness afterwards, how could Feng Yang have been schemed against? Li Wei thought back to how he had been rejected without hesitation. His heart filled with joy, and a strange light flashed in his eyes. Once this brat learned the truth, his expression would surely be marvelous. Let's go. With a trace of impatience, Li Wei flicked his sleeves and pulled Qinyu behind him. He formed a law formula, and the blue cloud soared pierced through the skies. This cultivator has a nascent soul realm cultivation, but his aura is several times thicker than any nascent soul I know of. Moreover, he has many treasures on him, and the flying magic sword beneath his feet is of high quality. It matches with his cultivation method and can increase his strength by several levels. Qinyu looked at Li Wei, who was standing in front of him with his hands crossed behind his back. He silently estimated his strength. He certainly had no interest in such a small cultivator. He was simply using this person to estimate the strength of Li's cultivation sect. Although Li Wei didn't say anything, Qinyu could sense a trace of coldness from his attitude. It seemed that something had happened to Ali. It was because of this that Qinyu agreed to take old Master Zhou's place on this trip. If there really was something wrong, then perhaps there was a chance he could resolve it. He hoped that things wouldn't be too troublesome. Sensing Qinyu's silence behind him, Li Wei's lips curled up in disdain. What an ignorant country bumpkin. He must have been frightened to death. Perhaps I can be a bit faster. With a thought, he stimulated his magic power. The blue cloud soared amid a humming sound, and the blue light it emitted became even brighter, increasing its speed. From this change, Qinyu could sense Li Wei's thoughts. His face immediately revealed a look of panic, and he paled. For a nascent soul cultivator to have such a poor temperament, it seemed that although this world's cultivation level was high, it was because it was far too easy to obtain strength. Perhaps it was because cultivating one's temperament was relatively weak. If he were to fight with the cultivators of this world in the future, this would be a key point he could use to his advantage. As he was silently thinking, there was a sudden cry. It carried with it a formidable, penetrating strength, piercing through his eardrums and straight into his soul. White-headed demon vulture! Li Wei screamed out. It was only after a moment of shock that he reacted. He hurriedly took out a jade token, pouring magic power into it. The mark within the jade token was immediately activated. Light erupted in the air, condensing into the words Truewood. My status token is only at the nascent soul realm. The pressure it emits isn't enough to scare away the white-headed demon vulture. Moreover, it is a demonic creature that is bloodthirsty and murderous. Its mind is chaotic, and it might ignore the aura of the sect token. I'm finished. How could I encounter a horrifying, white-headed demon vulture in such a place? Li Wei's face paled, and his eyes filled with fear. The white-headed demon vulture really didn't seem to notice the aura of the Truewood sect's token. Its eyes flashed with a blood-red light, and it fiercely leapt forwards. My life is over. Li Wei had a look of despair. At this time, the petrified Qinyu behind him suddenly looked up. His pitch-black eyes were like an abyss as he stared at the white-headed demon vulture. The demonic monster beast stiffened, as if it had been greatly frightened. It flapped its wings and crazily fled into the distance. Li Wei froze in place. It took him a long time to react. I'm still alive. I'm actually still alive. Thank the heavens and earth. He took a deep breath and pretended to be calm. He put away the token and wiped away the cold sweat on his forehead. "You damned feathered beast. It's a good thing you ran away fast. Otherwise, I would have cut you down on the spot." His eyes swept over Chinyu. As he saw Chinyu's awe and worship in his eyes, Li Wei let out a sigh of relief and his movements became even calmer. He formed a law formula and the blue cloud sword raced away. The rest of the journey proceeded smoothly. It was just that the speed of a nascent soul realm cultivator was far too slow. It took them nearly an entire day to arrive at the Truewood Sect station. The several large mountains in front of them were filled with a lush green color, and the world was filled with a vibrant vitality. When combined with the words Truewood, it wasn't hard to guess that this sect cultivated some sort of wood attribute cultivation method. Qin Yu's inspection of the sect fell into Li Wei's eyes, and he was naturally stunned. Now that his mission had been completed, he no longer concealed the ridicule in his voice. "There will be a great sect meeting tomorrow. You can stay here for the day." He tossed Qin Yu into a remote corner that seemed to be where the sect servants lived, and then left. The servant leader, who had been bowing and smiling all this time, suddenly straightened his back and looked down at Qin Yu. "You are Zhou Li's fiancé? Hee, that woman is quite unyielding." The servant leader looked at Qin Yu several times with ill intentions. Then he waved his hand and said, "Take him away and take good care of him." Tomorrow at the great sect meeting, this boy would need to appear. Although he was only going through the motions and was just a minor character, it was best not to take any risks. After tomorrow, when the dust settled, if anyone remembered who this boy was, they could slowly take care of him. That young Master Fengyang had already said that no matter who it was that came from the Zhou family, they shouldn't think of returning in one piece. Although this young master was a bit of an idiot, he was actually quite generous. Since such a good thing had fallen into his lap, he couldn't miss out on it. Although he couldn't do what he was good at, he could at least punish him. Tonight, this boy wouldn't be able to sleep comfortably, and he wouldn't have the energy to mess around tomorrow. As the servant thought of this, he revealed a smug look. "Brat, you will sleep in the firewood room tonight. Once all the firewood has been chopped up, consider it your room fee for tonight." A big bald man with a black iron chain clenched his fists so hard that cracking sounds could be heard. He was as strong as a wild bull, and he grinned viciously. "If you dare to be lazy, I will let you taste what despair is." Qin Yu paled in panic. He nodded again and again. With a loud bang, the door to the firewood room was closed and locked from the outside. As he listened to the footsteps fade away, Qin Yu straightened himself. He frowned and swept his eyes around the firewood room. Great sect meeting? It seemed that Ali had really stirred up a great deal of trouble. Or perhaps she had provoked someone that needed to be treated with such importance. Unfortunately, he didn't know what was going on right now. Even if he wanted to prepare ahead of time, he couldn't. He could only make plans tomorrow. If this matter was within the scope of his ability, he would do his best to save her. But if he couldn't, to lose a daughter-in-law in their middle age and their only grandson in their old age, such a blow was far too cruel for these two old people. Qin Yu let out a light breath. "I hope there will be a turn for the better." In order to avoid any unexpected complications, he picked up the filthy hatchet and walked towards the pile of firewood that was several people high. "Kacha! Kacha!" The sound of wood being chopped constantly echoed through the room. It wasn't until the next day that it finally ended. Qin Yu groggily slept for some time before he was rudely awakened. After hastily washing up, he was brought in front of the servant leader with a tired expression. The servant leader seemed satisfied. He darkly smiled and said, "Let's meet again in a bit. Send him out." Li Wei lifted Qin Yu and used his magic power to rush forwards. Soon he arrived at a square. At this time, many cultivators were gathered here, but no one spoke. The atmosphere was low and solemn. But now, everyone's eyes were focused on Qin Yu. There was coldness, ridicule, sympathy, but even more indifference. To these lofty cultivators, a lowly mortal didn't have the qualifications to attract their attention. Moreover, he was destined to fall into the abyss forever. When they arrived at the entrance of the hall, Li Wei let go of Qin Yu. He respectfully said, "Sect Master, elders, I have brought Zhou, Li's fiancé." After a brief pause, a deep and dignified voice echoed out from the hall. "Bring him in." Li Wei hurriedly nodded. He said to Qin Yu, "The sect master has summoned him. Hurry and enter." Qin Yu had a panicked expression. He nearly tripped over the door and stumbled in. His eyes swept around the hall, and then he lowered his head in panic. Although his cultivation hadn't been restored, Qin Yu still had his eyesight. Moreover, the people in the hall didn't seem to be hiding their auras at all. The one sitting in the center of the hall should be the master of the true Wood sect. This person's aura was like an unfathomable vortex, as if he were one with the heavens and earth. He gave off an incomparably mystical feeling. But compared to old Zhao from Sky Declaring Pavilion, he was much weaker. It was likely that he had just touched upon the great Tao realm and hadn't completed his breakthrough. There were 7 men and women sitting on chairs on either side of him. Each one of them was at the Calamity Immortal realm, and 3 of them gave Qin Yu a tremendous pressure. Qin Yu's heart skipped a beat. He thought to himself that this was truly fierce. This was only a small sect, and yet they had a strength no weaker than the Holy Emperor Palace. On the stage, a man with white sideburns stood up. He was one of the 3 people that gave Qin Yu a sense of pressure. His face was square and solemn. After Zhou Li entered the True Wood sect, I pitied her for her lowly background, and yet she never lost her heart to improve herself. Thus, I accepted her as my disciple. But I never imagined that in order to achieve her goals, she would resort to any means possible and use her beauty to seduce my outstanding disciple, Fengyang, causing him to suffer severe wounds and nearly lose his life. As he spoke, his voice was harsh and his eyes were icy cold. Thus, I ordered people to bring people from the Zhou family here to listen to the punishment, to show that my True Wood sect is impartial and impartial. Since you are Zhou Li's fiancé, you also have the qualifications to be here. If you have any objections to the result, you may speak up to refute them. Yu Qing flicked his sleeves and shouted, "Men, bring that evil disciple Zhou Li to the hall and let her accept the severe punishment of the sect's laws." With the sound of shackles, Zhou Li took off her disciple's robes and entered the hall wearing only her white clothes. She tried to straighten her back, but as if she had touched the wounds on her body, faint traces of red seeped out, appearing particularly eye-catching on her new white clothes. Chapter 690. I am not guilty. Zhou Li bit her lips and stared at her teacher. You know the truth of the matter, so why do you have to distort the truth and slander me? Yu Qing's face was solemn. I only believe in evidence. I won't be biased just because you are my disciple. His eyes shined with a heavy pressure. Zhou Li, the sect has already investigated this matter, and the evidence is conclusive. Do you still want to deny it? Zhou Li's eyes turned blank, and she instinctively revealed a look of fear. But soon, she bit down on her lips and broke free from the pressure on her mind. Teacher, I am extremely disappointed in you and the entire True Wood sect. Did you do this just because Fengyang came from a noble background and I came from a lowly mortal family? She saw her own fate and her heart turned cold. But since she couldn't avoid death in the end, what was there to fear? Her eyes were ice cold. She swept her eyes over the grand hall and the sanctimonious cultivators. Zhou Li said, "You are not worthy of being called immortals." Because this was the grand sect meeting, everything within the grand hall could be sensed by the cultivators in the square. At this time, all of their eyes widened in shock. This Zhou Li's courage was greater than they imagined. She would die today, but as they listened to her words, they couldn't help but feel a bit of bitterness in their hearts. What if the one in Zhou Li's position was one of them? They feared the result would be the same. How insolent! Yu Qing roared out loud, his eyes twitching. He never thought that Zhou Li would be able to resist the pressure he exerted on her mind. Her words were like a slap to his face in front of everyone. Feeling the sect master's mocking gaze from above, Yu Qing took a deep breath. Zhou Li, your fiancé, is also in the Grand Hall right now. Husband and wife are one. If you refuse to plead guilty, I will start a second round of investigation. Once I obtain enough evidence, I will have your fiancé punished together with you. Zhou Li, think about it carefully. Will you plead guilty or not? Everyone cursed inwardly at how shameless she was. She even dared to use threats. This was simply beneath her status. Yu Qing was expressionless, as if he didn't see the gazes around him. He had to quickly resolve this mahjong matter. If this dragged on for too long, then he would only lose more face. If this became a farce, not only would his plan to befriend Fengqing fail, but he would also deeply offend her. Fiancé? Zhou Li revealed a vacant look. He followed everyone's gaze and saw Qin Yu standing in a corner of the hall with a panicked look on his face. It was him. You, why are you here? She suddenly panicked. He couldn't possibly think that she had been touched by Fengyang, could he? For some reason, the young girl who had been able to sneer at all the high-level cultivators in the hall suddenly felt a little flustered. Then she felt wronged and her eyes began to redden. Qin Yu trembled and said, "The immortals said something happened to you, so the old man asked me to follow you." Looking at his pale and fearful face, the turbulent emotions in Zhou Li's heart suddenly disappeared completely. That's right. Qin Yu was only an ordinary person. Facing these lofty and powerful cultivators, it wasn't easy for him to remain standing. It was impossible for him to be someone she could rely on. Perhaps right now, he was afraid that he would be implicated by her. Zhou Li took a deep breath, and his expression became cold again. How are Grandpa and Grandma? Good, very good. Then I can rest assured. Zhou Li looked away. She looked at Yu Qing. Teacher, I admit my guilt. With how shameless the True Wood sect was, even if they investigated again, the results wouldn't change. They would only implicate Qin Yu and send him to his death. Whatever, that ash threadgrass was given to her by him. Consider this as returning his favor. From now on, she no longer owed him anything. The True Wood sect's great assembly had already begun, but Fengqing arrived late. In her opinion, slandering the innocence of an innocent woman and even causing her death was nothing more than a dirty transaction. She instinctively rejected this, but regretfully, Fengqing was one of the parties involved in this transaction. No matter what she thought in her heart, she had to appear and complete her response to the True Wood sect. I have received your goodwill and will naturally repay you in the future. Her chest tumbled and her face paled, but her expression didn't change at all. She indifferently walked into the room. Through an array formation she had arranged ahead of time, she could see every corner of the hall. In these past years, she had already tempered a beautiful but cold smile and a heart as firm as stone. Miss Fengqing, Zhou Li has admitted her guilt. The True Wood sect cultivator leading the way turned around with a smile. Fengqing nodded without expression. She wasn't surprised by this result. How could a weak girl with no background possibly avoid the tacit malice of the entire sect? Zhou Li, was that her name? Fengqing silently remembered this in her heart. She wouldn't interfere with today's outcome, but after the storm was over, she could give some compensation to her family, just like what she had done before. Looking at the array formation projection, Fengqing saw Zhou Li's appearance. This was a tenacious and proud woman. In a trance, Fengqing seemed to see herself in her early years. She had no one to rely on, and she had clenched her teeth and endured. Suddenly, Fengqing sat up straight. This was because in the array formation projection, she saw a figure that shouldn't have appeared here no matter what. With a flick of her sleeves, the array formation projection rapidly zoomed in. The man in the projection revealed a look of panic and astonishment. This person completely overlapped with the figure in her memories. Their movements and aura didn't have any similarities. Was it just a coincidence that their appearances were similar? No, this wasn't just similarity. Between their eyebrows, eyes, mouth, and nose, they were completely the same. Feng Qing took a deep breath. She lifted a finger and asked, "Who is this person?" The True Wood Sect cultivator respectfully said, reporting to Miss Feng Qing, "This person is called Qinyu. He is Zhou Li's fiancé. My True Wood Sect has always been fair. Even if the other party is an ordinary mortal, we will allow their family to attend the trial to ensure that there are no objections to the result." After he finished speaking, he saw that Feng Qing didn't respond. He hesitated for a moment and asked, "Does Miss Feng Qing recognize this person?" If this were true, then things would be troublesome. "Who?" Feng Qing suddenly stood up and quickly walked out. Several True Wood Sect cultivators were stunned for a moment before they hurriedly followed behind. They watched helplessly as Feng Qing passed through several long corridors. Then, with a flash of light, she flew straight towards the great hall where the great sect meeting was being held. In the square, the True Wood Sect cultivators, some with indifference, some with sneers, and some with complex expressions, suddenly saw a woman fly towards them. Her long skirt fluttered in the wind, her posture like that of an immortal, beautiful beyond compare. She landed at the entrance to the great hall. She took a deep breath and stepped inside. Before Yu Qing could smile, he saw a figure flash at the entrance of the great hall. He subconsciously stiffened and hurriedly said, "Miss Feng Qing, how come you are here?" "Zhou Li has already pleaded guilty, so I was just about to announce her punishment." Although everyone was well aware of what had happened with Zhou Li, Feng Qing's appearance here in broad daylight was still a bit bad. It was like ripping away the cloth covering everyone's faces and exposing the darkness and filth within. Everyone said that Sky-declaring Pavilion's Feng Qing was intelligent and intelligent. But why was she so stupid today? She actually ran here. Wouldn't it have been better for her to just stay in her room and watch, waiting for the dust to settle? The smile on Yu Qing's face unknowingly stiffened as he thought to himself. It was her. Qin Yu's thoughts stirred. Looking at Feng Qing, who had suddenly rushed in, he faintly guessed that today's situation might be related to her. As he thought about how Zhou Li had directly pleaded guilty in order to protect him, he sighed inwardly and looked towards the entrance of the great hall. Their gazes met in midair. Feng Qing's heart seemed to be grasped by a silent hand, instantly confirming Qin Yu's identity. It was him, the mysterious person who had appeared at Wudong Mountain. But why had he appeared here and become Zhou Li's fiancé? And more importantly, with his divine Tao-level cultivation, he could crush the entire True Wood Sect into powder with just a thought. So why was he acting like this? Countless thoughts raced through Feng Qing's mind. She looked away, and a vague guess appeared in her mind. This might be an opportunity for him. Feng Qing was absolutely worthy of Yu Qing's previous impression of her. Her thoughts stirred, and she immediately made a decision. She lightly coughed. Then, facing all the True Wood Sect cultivators in the great hall, she slowly said, "I interrogated Feng Yang just now, and he admitted that he intended to harm Miss Zhou Li. Miss Zhou Li resisted him and accidentally detonated an artifact, causing her to be severely wounded." Feng Qing's expression was sincere. "Miss Zhou Li, I solemnly apologize to you here. Concerning this matter, I will severely punish Feng Yang and give you sufficient compensation. I don't ask you to forgive him, but I hope that I can make it up to you a little." The entire great hall fell deathly silent. All the True Wood Sect cultivators stared with wide eyes, their jaws nearly falling to the ground. If it weren't for everyone having the same expression, they would have thought they were hallucinating. The script wasn't supposed to be like this. "Miss Feng Qing, how could you be like this? Our True Wood Sect doesn't even care about face anymore, and even went all out to slander our own disciple in order to establish a friendly relationship with you and carry out multifaceted cooperation. Now that we've finished being the villain, you suddenly jump out and flip over the entire plate, directly apologizing and making amends. Where do you want us to put our face? People often say that they burn the bridge after crossing the river, but you haven't even crossed the river, yet you directly cut off the bridge and threw it into the water. You can't play around like this. Yu Qing froze in place. It took a great deal of effort for him to squeeze out a smile that was uglier than crying. Miss Feng Qing, are you feeling unwell? Cough, cough. Regarding this matter, Zhou Li has already pleaded guilty. As he spoke, he emphasized the last sentence. There was nothing he could do about it. Things had already come to this, so how could he turn back? After all, he had been the one in charge of this matter from beginning to end. Feng Qing looked at him, her tone faint. I know, but Miss Zhou Li only pleaded guilty because she had no other choice. Yu Qing's complexion paled. He didn't know what had gone wrong, but there was one thing he was sure of. After today, he would become a laughingstock within True Wood sect. Damn it. Feng Qing, just what were you doing? His eyes darkened. Yu Qing began to consider what sort of situation he would face if he shredded all pretense of cordiality with her. But as he thought about it, he felt discouraged. The strength of Sky declaring pavilion wasn't something he could contend with. He could only forcefully suppress the tumbling rage in his heart. In the main seat of honor, the True Wood sect master revealed a look of disdain and disappointment. He had hoped that Yu Qing would lose all reason so that he could eliminate a rival that coveted his position. But even though he hadn't completely achieved his expectations, he was still satisfied with today's situation. With a light cough, the True Wood sect master said in a low voice, Since Feng Yang has already admitted to it, then it must be that Elder Yu Qing made some mistakes in his investigation. Luckily, Miss Feng Qing is fair and impartial and doesn't try to protect family ties. Otherwise, my True Wood sect would have wrongly accused a disciple. He looked at Zhou Li, his eyes soft. Zhou Li, don't worry. The sect owes you for this matter and will definitely compensate you. With a single sentence, he pushed all responsibility onto Yu Qing's identity. If there was a mistake in the investigation, that was his own problem and had nothing to do with the True Wood sect. In the grand hall, everyone secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Their faces relaxed. Even the two elders who were on good terms with Yu Qing and had worked together to resist the sect master's faction hesitated for a moment before tacitly agreeing to this. Pushing Yu Qing out was better than having the entire sect's face stripped off and thrown to the ground and trampled on. Yu Qing was so angry that his lungs nearly exploded, but he could easily sense the changes in everyone's thoughts from their expressions. After his face paled for a moment, he clenched his teeth and bowed. What the sect master says is correct. I was careless in my investigation. If he didn't admit to it, he would be standing against the entire sect. This would only make his situation even more awkward. Looking at Feng Qing, who seemed completely fine, Yu Qing still couldn't understand why she had done this. If she was truly fair and impartial, then what was the point of protecting Feng Yang in the past? I am innocent. I am innocent. Zhou Li's face suddenly streamed with tears. The more she wiped them away, the more tears flowed. Her legs buckled and she fell to the ground, crying her heart out. Her crying was like a slap to the face, causing the atmosphere in the grand hall to become awkward. The True Wood sect cultivators all had stiff expressions. Feng Qing walked in front of her and said in a soft voice, Zhou Li, don't cry. We were in the wrong and we almost wronged you. She patted her shoulder, her eyes flashing. You have a stubborn temper, and you don't get along with the gentle and restrained wood attribute cultivation methods of True Wood sect. Are you willing to leave with me and cultivate by my side from now on? Zhou Li didn't know Feng Qing's status, but from what happened just now, she could guess that her status was extremely high. Thinking about how she was able to obtain Qingbai because of Feng Qing's selflessness, Zhou Li held back her tears and nodded. I am willing. She wasn't stupid. After today's events, Even if no one said anything on the surface, she had already offended almost all of True Woodseck's influential figures. If she continued to stay here, she wouldn't have an easy time in the future. Since there was a better chance, she would firmly grasp it. Feng Qing smiled, satisfied with her decisiveness. She pulled Jolie up and said, "Don't worry. If you follow me from now on, no one will ever bully you again." Did these words mean that their Truewood sect was shameless enough to bully a little girl? There was another period of awkwardness in the hall. Luckily, Feng Qing didn't have any intention of slapping them in the face. She lightly said, "Since the matter has been resolved, let's leave it at that. If there's nothing else, I will lead them away first." As she spoke, she looked at Qinyu. Today she had offended Truewood's sect and caused the future patriarch of the Feng family to bear a bad reputation, all in order to obtain such a chance. Feng Qing ordered people to send Feng Yang back home to recuperate. Then she used other matters as an excuse and brought Zhou Li and Qinyu in another direction. The carriage was quiet. Qinyu could sense the awkwardness between him and Zhou Li. "Cuff, are you all right?" In all honesty, there was no other meaning to these words. They were only used to break the silence. But to Zhou Li it was particularly grating. Her face flushed red and her eyes turned cold. "You don't need to worry. No matter what Zhou Li become, it has nothing to do with you." Qinyu frowned, a bit of helplessness in his eyes. Although he knew she was overthinking things, he still nodded. "That's good." Looking at Qinyu's expression, Zhou Li's lips moved. She felt that her tone just now might have been a bit too heavy. But Qinyu's silence made it so that after experiencing such a storm, she was extremely sensitive and unwilling to explain herself. Qinyu stood up. "Rest well. I'll be leaving first." He pushed open the door. There was already someone waiting outside, leading him to another carriage. Feng Qing watched him enter the carriage. A look of understanding appeared in her eyes. Then she pushed open the door to see Zhou Li. It was unknown what she said, but Zhou Li's mood soon recovered. She held an ice attribute cultivation law formula and fell into deep thought. The carriage was extremely spacious. It was like a complete house. Although the decorations inside seemed ordinary, every part was incomparably exquisite, and the materials used were also exquisite. The incense burner burned, and light smoke wafted out, filling the air with a refreshing fragrance that refreshed one's mind. Qinyu sat behind a large table, quietly brewing tea with a teapot in his hands. The excellent shock absorption allowed one to sit in the carriage without feeling the slightest jolt. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Qinyu didn't look up. "Come in." With a creaking sound, the carriage opened from the outside. With its performance, it could have been silent, but this was only a reminder. Feng Qing walked forwards and respectfully bowed. "I didn't think that after such a short period of time, I would be able to see you again. It is truly my honor." Qinyu continued to brew tea until he poured 2 cups of tea. Then he gestured. "Miss Feng Qing, please sit." His every movement was as if he were the master of this place, calm and unruffled. Feng Qing's eyes lit up with joy. After earnestly thanking him, she sat down across from him and took a sip of tea. "To be able to drink tea personally brewed by you is enough for me to be proud." Qinyu lightly said, "You helped Zhou Li. This is what you deserve." Offending the Truewood sect and having the infamous future head of the Feng family bear a bad reputation was actually only worth a cup of tea. But in Feng Qing's eyes, this was extremely normal. To rely on such a minor matter to obtain the approval of a divine Tao existence? This was simply the ravings of an idiot. All she wanted was a chance to speak with this mysteriouser. Qinyu's cup of tea represented that he had already taken out this chance. Feng Qing didn't speak as she drank her tea. Qinyu didn't urge her. After a long time, she placed down the cup and respectfully said, "I ask that you forgive me for offending you." Qinyu said, "Speak." Feng Qing sucked in a deep breath. If I'm not wrong, with your current condition, you should need some additional help." As she spoke, she nervously stared at Qin Yu didn't comment. "Continue." Feng Qing said, "Although my cultivation isn't too high, Sky Declaring Pavilion stands behind me. I should be able to provide you with some convenience." "What makes you think I need your help?" "Your performance today is enough to show that your strength is far from being restored." Feng Qing clenched her teeth. "This world is far too dangerous. Even divine Dao powerhouses have a chance of dying. Only by recovering as soon as possible can you rest easy." A sharp light flashed in Qin Yu's eyes, like thunder cutting through the skies. Feng Qing stiffened and fear gushed out from her heart. "Facing a divine Dao, sir, wasn't my performance a bit too presumptuous?" Even if her guess was correct, it wouldn't be difficult for this sir to kill her. But this was her only chance. If she missed it, she might never encounter it again in her life. After an unknown period of time, just as Feng Qing's mind was about to collapse, Qin Yu's eyes composed themselves. He lightly said, "Your guess is correct. I am indeed facing some problems right now. If you can provide me with some help, I will give you enough in return." "Success!" Feng Qing let out a long breath, a smile appearing on her pale face. "Of course. Please rest assured that I will do my best to help you recover as soon as possible." Qin Yu said, "Speak. What is your request?" In this world there was no free lunch. Feng Qing said in a low voice, "I hope that you can help me investigate a matter. I want to know why the true master of Sky Declaring Pavilion values me so much." Qin Yu wasn't surprised. He rapped his fingers on the table. "You suspect there is a hidden reason? What evidence do you have?" Feng Qing shook her head. "I don't. I have tried many methods, but all of them have been in vain. But do you think that I am only an orphan girl from a ruined family clan? Just what is so special about me that I can obtain the favor of the master of Sky Declaring Pavilion and become his representative?" Qin Yu lightly said, "You are lying." Feng Qing's face stiffened. Qin Yu stood up. "It looks like there is no need to continue talking." Feng Qing hurriedly said, "Please calm your anger. Feng Qing knows that I was wrong. I just think that this matter is far too strange." She stood up in front of Qin Yu, a pleading look on her face. Qin Yu had no expression. "This is your last chance. If you continue to hide anything, I will forget about this matter. I will tell you everything." Feng Qing recalled, a look of fear on her face. "I clearly remember that after my 18 years of age ceremony, I would unconsciously fall asleep every night. Then I would have the same dream. In the dream, I would run through a dark forest. But no matter how fast I ran, no matter how far I ran, I could never escape the icy cold eyes that floated behind me. Her body slightly curled up and her voice trembled. Those were pale white eyes, without the least bit of color. They were like a maze, cold and lonely. From those eyes, I could feel its greed. It wanted to swallow me. Yes, it wanted to eat me. Dream? Pale white eyes?" Qin Yu frowned. "What does this have to do with your suspicions?" Feng Qing was silent for a moment. Then she continued to speak. "The true master of Sky Declaring Pavilion is an enigma. The outside world only knows that he is a tall and thin middle-aged man, but no one has ever seen his appearance. Several years ago, at a high-level trade fair, I inadvertently learned that the master of Sky Declaring Pavilion had a title, the White-Eyed Lord.